All right. Hello, chat. How's it going? Hopefully well. We're back. We're playing Armored Core again. But today is a special day because at the very end of last stream, I finished up the Master of Arena 100%. So, we finally get to move on to Gen 2. I've 100%ed everything in Gen 1. I've done everything in Gen 1. Any challenge there is to conquer, I did it. I can officially say Gen 1, I got that. I've done it all. Now it's time for this one, which I think another age, I know there's a little bit there, but I don't think there's a whole lot that I won't have seen. But AC2, I think there's gonna be a good bit. So, anyway. Let me start up the PS2, and by that I definitely mean... Oh, hold on. Hold on. Not yet. There is a setting wrong right as I went to start it up. My emulator told me that something was wrong. Hold on. I may have forgotten already. But hello, Pale Monkey, Ryan, Joshua, Jess, Dreammaster. Also, I want it to be known that Jess said late at 11:59. Okay? I just want everyone to be on the same page there. I don't even know where the setting is that it's talking about. Oh. Found it. I've never had to use this setting. Well, I guess I did back when I played AC2. I don't remember it, though. Anyway. Modded the crap out of my old PS2 back in the day. Look, the PS2... It's wobbling. It is... Why is it doing that? It's also gonna be loud. I didn't think about... Why is it wobbling? Hold on. Two things. First of all, that is loud. I'm just gonna drop it to like 50 and let me know. Wobbling. Hold on. It apparently is from the interlacing, potentially. Is that setting gonna be in here and convenient? Probably not. If it was, it would be in here. Interlacing. This is what, whoa, still wobbling. Who would have thought? Would you look at that? It's the same wallpaper again. Uh-huh. So, I have the de-interlacing on, like, the recommended setting. Hold on. Let me double check that. I'm pretty sure that I got this one from the emulator wiki. Right? Hold on. That it is... Maybe I didn't. Hold on. Let's try a different Bob. And if Bob just flat out does not work, I can set it to like automatic. It's perfect because it's just as bad, if not worse, than the original voice acting. RE1's original voice acting is just still wobbling. Okay. Just perfect. Just it doesn't get better. See if this works. We'll see if this makes it not wobble. As soon as it loads up. It's not wobbling. That'll do it. I found the fix. AC2 does have some bugs on emulator, like you can see. Wait, is this wobbling now? No, no. It's not. I'm getting thrown off by the little thing at the bottom. It's got like little emulator bugs like that. That it's just like, they haven't figured it out. It's not wobbling, it's just the little artifacts at the edges that make it look like it's wobbling a little bit. It's back slightly. If I like pick one thing to fixate on in any shot and I look for it, it's not happening. It's just, wait, maybe it is. It's way better. Maybe it is happening. How's the audio now, by the way? On school holidays. What holiday? Holiday's my ass. Less squares? Oh yeah. More Mars. Pre-AC6, this was the only game not on Earth, correct? I'm pretty sure it was. I'm just making sure that I don't definitively say it and I'm wrong. I did smash that like. Oh, like midterms. Okay. Semester? Yeah. We still call it midterms. But, yeah, midterms. The game is wobbling. I wonder if it might be... Because if it was... Wait, it might just be FMV. Hold on. Okay. Okay, the game is not wobbling, chat. The FMVs are... The game is not. I could settle for this. I can try to fix it another time. I think this was the space one. Yeah, this was the only one, correct? Why? I was just about to start, okay? You just have to give me a minute, man. There we go. I'll at least just say new game so it doesn't do that to me again. What does hard mode change? I forgot that AC2 had hard mode. I think Gen 3 has this as well, right? I, of course, never played on it. Did Cole finally fix the timer? Of course. Of course I did. Clearly. Definitely. How stable is it on PS2? I'm assuming you mean on PCSX2. It's very stable, aside from a couple bugs. Hard mode shrinks your lockbox. Hold on. Armored Core 2 hard mode. I'm gonna get the full thing. Is that all it does? Huh. Okay. So, yeah. We're just gonna play on normal then. We're just gonna play on normal. It literally, like, I went and Googled it, and all it does is give you a smaller lockbox. So, to put it more simply, hard mode just artificially makes it more difficult to aim. And that's all it does. I wish I
Earth
knew about
year
that before.
223.
I would have joked about that if I had known sooner.
In the wake
Like
of the
in the
final
video,
war
I mean.
known as the Great Destruction, mankind was forced underground. But with the discovery of the pre-war Mars immigration project,
The wobbling is
the
so
human
weird.
race
I never
would
had that
again
before.
prosper and flourish.
Like when I recorded for the video.
The age of conflict in the subterranean world was finally over, and the newly established government made restoration of the devastated environment its priority.
Mm-hmm.
Emigration to Mars was encouraged,
Mm-hmm.
but this influx of settlers posed a threat to law and order on the Red Planet. Corporations that were all-powerful during the subterranean era
There's a weird
lost
line.
their foothold
Yeah,
when
it's
the
there for
government
everyone.
was created. But with a new planet, ripe for exploration,
That's just
they
the
discovered
emulator.
opportunities to regain their strength.
Yeah, there's like really weird, like small visual bugs with AC2 on emulator that there are just not known fixes for, and that thing is one of them. But the wobble is new. I never had the wobble. Hello, Rock fan, welcome back. You said you were on PS2? I didn't say that. I said we were on the PS2 games, okay? I didn't say we are on a PS2. Oh, I jokingly said let me boot up the PS2.
This mission will test your abilities.
I've made that joke like every time with the PS1 as well.
The test is simple. All you have to do is destroy all MTs that have entered this region.
Mm-hmm.
Should you succeed, you will be registered as a Raven in the arena.
I need to farm Human Plus.
If you fail, you die.
Do I start with this mission for farming Human Plus?
I'll accompany you as an observer, but only in that capacity. Keep this in mind. Here they are.
I think...
Time to see what you
Oh, I
learned
don't
on
remember. I think you just start with the intro mission. Here we go. We gotta farm it up, chat.
Go straight along the road and clean them out.
I think you just fail. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, do I intentionally fail this to start farming Human Plus? We gotta do it right off the bat. It's painful, but it will be worth. Zafello Bud, thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. Painful, but worth it. We just expend all the ammo. Let this guy... Oh, yeah! This is the old heat system, isn't
So,
it?
you're just going to give up or what?
When am I gonna overheat? Have I overheated? How did this work again? On the Cole AC hate on Twitter? I don't even know. I don't even know what's going on with that. I have not been looking. In all honesty, I kind of just forgot about it. Passive cooling? I was gonna say. I've overheated now, I can see it. The old heat system. Wait, you used to play tennis? On PS2? What game? Tennis game on PS2. I definitely didn't have it. Whatever it was. I definitely did not have it. It's also really nice that this game has the proper, like, widescreen patch. Right? There's an analog stick mod? Like a proper one? Okay, so it actually game overed. So I passed the test mission. I play the test mission like normal, like the intro one, and then we start farming. God damn it, now I have to, oh. Do I play Guilty Gear? I've never played Guilty Gear, no. Okay. A proper one? Oh. Interesting. Someday. No, if I had known about it, I don't think I would have used it.
Earth Year 223.
From AC2 to Silent Line? That would actually be neat to see. I'm assuming you change a whole lot outside of that as well to make the controls not terrible for if you are using a thumbstick. Like, obviously, if you're using the right thumbstick, you wouldn't want to shoot with X still. Or, sorry, with square still.
All you have to do is destroy all MTs.
Smash Court Tennis Pro Tournament 2.
Should you
God,
succeed,
remember when games were named like that?
Registered as a raven in the arena.
I don't think I've ever seen this one.
You die.
I played tennis on the Wii.
I'll accompany you as an observer.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. I was like, was it just a rebind?
Keep this in mind.
Because if it's just a rebind... I tried rebinding it
Time to see what you learn.
out of curiosity. I think it was around AC3. I'm not 100% sure when I did it. With one of the games prior to that change actually happening. I tried it.
Go straight along the road and leave them out.
And it's just not right if it's only like in those 4 directions. It feels terrible. It's just not even worth it. Oh yeah, the camera will clip through walls on like the edges of the screen though, with the widescreen. It's not that the camera's actually clipping through. It's that the walls are getting like deloaded because they're not being rendered in. You'll see that from time to time, as a heads up. It's one of those things where it's like, I mean, widescreen overall is worth it, but then you get those little moments. How I learned anything about tennis? I don't think I know anything about tennis to this day, in all honesty.
The leader is headed your way. Take him out.
That's one intimidating leader. Isn't his build so scary? Come here. Oh, wait, he has a sword? Since when do you get a blade?
Not bad. Your piloting abilities are impressive.
Thank you.
Congratulations. From now on, you are a raven.
If I had picked up on him saying that the first time that I played this game, I probably would have mentioned it in the video. Because they have him say the exact line from AC1 when you finish your initial test. And I just never even caught that. God damn it. Anyway, I was going to look up the Human Plus levels. I think there's more in Gen 2. From what I remember. I don't think I'm gonna read the mail. I think I might just go straight into farming it, do it as fast as we can, and then I'll like play the game proper. Here we go. Never mind. Not here we go. Oh, I found it. I found it. I found all the cheats, actually. Hold on. Okay. There are 6 levels of Human Plus in AC2. According to this, okay? According to this, there are 6 levels of it. If this is wrong, it's not my fault.
Prototype as the malfunction.
No, we don't want to use that one. I'm trying to remember how I did it the first time with AC2. Like I said, I'm gonna skip everything. I'm gonna get the Human Plus farmed. Then I'll go and start playing it like normal, like listen to the dialogue and everything, right? Definitely plan on it. For me, it's just getting like the full sandbox opened up, especially in terms of the back weapons, but like,
Huh? AC
I like
nearby.
feeling like I'm up near the what's it called? The top of the food chain, so to speak, like by the end of the game, rather than fighting against people who can do things that I just can't, even with the same equipment.
System engaged.
Oh, it's just 6, but there's a place that says it's 9. Okay, the one that I found says 6, and it has them laid out clearly, so I'm going to trust it. Oh yeah, this is human plus farming right here. Oh, this'll do nicely. This is some great human plus farming. So anyway, what has everyone been playing? We're gonna be here for a good few minutes just doing this. Have I ever read Warrior Cats? I've not. I thought Warrior Cats was, I thought it was a show. Was I wrong? I must have been. Or maybe they're... Was there a show? Ooh! Defend the bridge.
We have in this, that is.
This is the one that I used to farm it. This is what I used to farm it. Absolutely. I remember this one. This mission has lava pits. Is it worth it? So worth it. It's so worth it. We did it for AC1 as well.
All units, mission priority has changed. Attack.
There are fan-made shows, but no official ones? I could have sworn. What am I thinking of? I must be thinking of something similar. He's now farming in all other games he plays. It's not that RuneScape is affecting me. Okay. It's just that this is a necessary first step towards experiencing the entire game. That is all. The lava pit speeds things up quite a bit. As you can see, this is how I did it when I played it for the review. Because the games that I used Human Plus, it was Master of Arena and it was AC2. Outside of that, I didn't use it at all. So this was how I did it for this game. Is there stuff other than some bonuses? No, so here. I'll read her out. Level 1, you get the automatic radar, which is nothing. It just means you always have radar, even without one equipped on your back, which is nice. It's not necessary. It helps. That's not why we're doing it. Level 2, you get the ability to throw the laser blade, so like the projectiles that come out. It's just every laser blade starts to do that, regardless of whether it has the ability itself or not. Level 3 says, have heat taken away from attack, which is worded strangely. I would assume that that just means better cooling.
The bridge is old and decayed. Watch your step.
Level 4 is ability to walk while shooting back weapons. Level 5 says that it uses half of the energy for your generator. And then level 6, it doubles the capacity of your generator. Am I not in the lava? Okay, You unlock Human Plus by failing in the first 2 gens, yes. It is better cooling. Yeah, it says have heat taken away from attack, which sounds super weird, but it's better cooling. But yeah, in the first 2 gens, Human Plus the way that it works for the uninitiated is once you go more than 50,000 credits into debt, you get forced into the Human Plus program. It's pretty much like a, wow, you are so bad at this game that you need a handicap. So what they do is they take you into the program, turn you a little more superhuman, and then they throw you back to the beginning of the game as if you were just playing the campaign for the first time. except you'll have like any parts that you owned prior to the reset, and you'll have that new ability, whatever you got from the enhancement that time around, which is why there are 6 levels to it that all do different things.
Watch your step.
It's the easy mode. Yeah, there's a debate, and it seems pretty evenly split. From what I can tell, like among just like people arguing between each other in my comments on the videos. The community that plays the old school Armored Core games are pretty split. They're like half of the community seems to be very like, it's easy mode. It's there to help new players get through the game easier. But then the other half is like, if they're gonna throw so many enemies at me that have human plus abilities, it's not really easy mode. If I also use those abilities, it's more just making the game fair. It's essentially, it's not that it's the easy mode to that half of the community, it's like, it's the normal mode, whereas playing without it is like the hard mode.
Attack. I don't like.
And I would more agree with the second side, personally. The latter. I would say it's like going from hard mode to normal mode. It's not that it makes the game easy, it's just that it gives you abilities that other enemies will have that you wouldn't have otherwise. To me, it's just evening the playing field. So I like it. We got 1 level done.
AC detected nearby.
We just do it 5 more times. It's great.
Even? Ah, damn it.
It's the even mode? Yeah. It seems pretty split in terms of like people going one way or the other.
All units converge on the Raven. Make sure our contact
As far as is it intended, I don't know. The way that it's implemented, I would think it's not. In terms of like the way that you acquire it, I mean. But they really do, like in the late game parts of the Gen 1 and Gen 2 games, throw so many enemy ACs at you that have like maxed out human plus. And I think it's more for story reasons than anything else. But I kind of like also having it. What I do know is that like the only, well, prior to AC6, or I guess AC4 has one too. One of the only 3 player characters from the games that have like an actual like canonical character is Master of Arena's character, Leos Klein. And he canonically has human plus. Even though you can't get it in Master of Arena, and you have to get it by making an AC1 save file and porting it over to Master of Arena, he does canonically have human plus. So to me, in Gen 1 it's canon. Neither of the Gen 2 characters have like a character like that though. So Gen 2 it's like, take your pick. But to me, in Gen 1, just because of Leos Klein, it's canon. From what I can tell. Yeah, I guess AC4, you have a canonical character, right? Even though they don't have like a name. It's just Anatolia's mercenary, but like
attack.
They are a character in a sense. And then AC6, 621 in that game is also just that. It's like a whole character. Oh, speaking of AC6, I'm plowing through that game. I've probably played like 10 hours of it since Saturday. I'm into chapter 5. I literally finished chapter 4 like an hour before stream. I was grinding through it this morning a lot. It feels weird to be so close to being done. Oh! Also, clarification time. There will be an Armored Core 6 video. I got a lot of comments this morning asking if there would be an Armored Core 6 video, and I also got a handful of people that like thought the review series was over with the Verdict Day video. There is one more. We are doing AC6. I swear. Lynxes are human plus, but
It's a Raven.
it's
All
more like
units'
because of
mission
the
priority
next.
has changed.
Yeah, I don't
Attack.
know if are the Lynx pilots enhanced? Are they like superhuman, super soldiers?
System engaged.
In Gen 4, I'm not sure, because like Gen 5 just has no
Control
human plus
engaged.
equivalent.
Watch your step.
I'm trying to think. Sorry. Gen 6, like everyone is enhanced except for like one guy. Because he's just a badass, I guess. They are enhanced? Okay, so they are like all human plus. Gen 5 human plus just doesn't exist. And then, I mean, I guess in Gen 3 it doesn't exist. Like, OP Intensify is in the game, but as far as I know, and I could be wrong,
In this, that.
but as far as I know, in Gen 3 and 3.5, I don't think they ever even, like, make mention of OP Intensify story-wise. Like, I don't think it's ever acknowledged directly through, like, the lore or anything. Like, it exists, it's there, but I don't think it's ever brought to attention story-wise. Almost at 2.5. I think it's beyond that. YouTube on the public end is slow to update. It is. It's at 3.2.
System engaged.
But, you know, YouTube displays, like, 4 different numbers that all update at different times depending on where you look at it.
Watch your step.
Because it's a great platform that's well made. OP Intensify is rough to max out. I never really got to play with it. Because it was one of those, like, anything that's kind of like a new game plus, or I guess like a just continuing beyond, like, credits rolling feature, I really have not played with for the sake of the reviews. But I understand the general premise behind OP. I think it sounds really fun. I just have to see if it is fun to actually do, like, the challenges and stuff. It's probably not canon. I don't think it is canon, right? Because, like, there are a lot of pilots and stuff that use it, but I think it's purely there for gameplay purposes. It's just never mentioned, like, story-wise. So in my brain, I'm gonna say OP Intensify just exists for gameplay and nothing else. It sounds super fun to do OP Intensify, though. I'm looking forward to that. It's one of those things with the 100% streams that I'm like, I knew about it, I just never really got to do it because of time constraints and stuff, so I'm excited to actually get a chance to go back and do it.
AC detected nearby.
Like, the 4-answer final story path is one of those.
Raven. Damn it, they found out.
Trying to think. Honestly, Ultimate Weapons in Gen 5, I still really won't
All units converge on the Raven.
get to do much of
Make
anything
sure our
with, will
contact
I?
is protected.
Unless... Oh, no, never mind. Okay, so what I now know that I didn't know while I was playing through AC5 is that apparently I was very correct about calling the story missions and the order missions 2 separate campaigns. What was I saying? I lost it. Oh, sorry, yeah, they are 2 separate campaigns. And apparently, some of the Gen 5 lore heads filled me in the comments. The Order Mission story takes place like 2 years after the main story of AC5. So the intention from FromSoft, that dude just jumped onto my head. Sorry, that distracted me. Is that you play the story missions and then play the Order missions. But I thought that the Order missions were like side content so that you could get a bunch of credits and stuff to like supplement your playthrough of the main story when I played it. So I ended up doing all the Order missions before finishing the main story. So for AC5 specifically, I probably will get to play with Ultimate Weapons a little bit. Because I'll do it right that time. I'll play through the main story and then do all the side stuff.
Eliminate this, that.
Because that way I also get to do the Ultimate Weapons and all that. But in Verdict Day, the side missions are just an extension of the story. And they get, like, given out through the main story as well. So that's a different case. Verdict Day, you still, like, if you play it the right way,
It's a Raven.
the final
All
boss
units,
is the
mission
final
priority
boss.
Has changed.
The
Attack.
Verdict Day is no different. I probably still won't use them when we stream that one. Oh, the video's out now. Verdict Day was hard. I've been holding this in for a week, okay? No one warned me on this, okay? Verdict Day was a hard game,
Old and decayed.
and no one gave me a heads up on it. Not one person. Like, Last Raven, I knew what I was getting into. Silent Line, I knew what I was getting into because people told me ahead of time. Verdict Day, zero warning. Like, not a single person ever was like, oh, just so you know, Verdict Day is kind of tricky. Not one person ever told me. No one has played it. It is actually, out of the entire franchise, the least sold game. So you're not wrong, Ryan. You're not wrong. You're like the 12th person on the planet. Don't let Armored Core Twitter hear you say that. God forbid. The bosses of Verdict Day are pretty rough. It wasn't even just the bosses. Some of the missions just kicked my ass. Like, there was that one mission where you have to take out those big cannons on the rooftop, and then, like, all of the UNACs turn on you once you're done.
Priority has changed. Attack.
And that mission probably took me like 30 minutes. That mission killed me so many times, I'm not gonna lie. The boss weapons thing sounds so dumb, but so cool. It is... The ultimate weapons are all just carried over from
Watch
AC5.
your step.
Like, even just the one that I used in the clip was from one of the AC5 bosses, not even a Verdict Day boss. But, like, it is just such a goofy, fun system, and from what I could tell, literally all I did there was I loaded in, and I, like, fired it off a couple times in a mission that was practically empty. And then stopped. Like, I just needed a clip to use, because I was already done playing. But from what I can tell, when I used it, it seems like it pretty much disabled my whole AC for the rest of the mission, too. Because you can see when I activate it and it, like, gets pulled out, all these warnings come up on screen about, like, system failures. And after I used it, like, my generator did not output any energy. I could only, like, slow walk around. It seems like using an ultimate weapon, or maybe just that one in particular, like, completely cripples your AC afterwards.
Has changed.
Which is
Attack.
even more hilarious. Black Glint. Is that something that people call him a lot? Because I saw people calling him that a lot in the comments this morning.
System engaged.
Oh my god.
Bridge is
That's
old
even
and
cooler.
decayed. Watch your step.
Yeah, at least that one. One of the ultimate weapons destroys your arm? That's even better. That's so good. Sorry. I just got a comment from, like, you know, just someone being like, filling in blanks that I missed literally a minute ago. Let's see, what is their actual username? Ko Yang? I'm probably not saying that right. I think it's said Ko Yang. Commented and let me know that the final boss, Jay, is actually Joshua O'Brien from AC4. Like, the original White Glint in AC4 is Jay at the end of Verdict Day as well. That's insane. That makes him even cooler. I didn't notice that it was him. Like, I never just put together the initial being Jay, potentially even meaning that. That was level 3, right? I think that was level 3.
Through attack.
I didn't even test level 2 to make sure that I was getting the blades. I thought you just fell in by accident. No, we're in the Human Plus farm before I actually, like, play properly. We're halfway through. I think that was level 3, so we should be halfway through. There's 6 levels. That mission makes it pretty quick. The lava melts through you pretty fast there. The mecha need to feel like mecha, not action heroes. Okay, but what if both? Both is good, in my opinion. But that might just be because I'm not like a mecha
Make sure our
fan,
contact is
right?
protected.
System engaged.
It could definitely be because I'm not a mecha fan, but like, I think AC6 hits the balance really well. Where, like, especially with the melee weapons and stuff, you can do all this cool shit, but then if you get hit by, like, one really large rocket or something, you're instantly staggered and probably stun-locked into, like, a shit ton of damage. Because the force of that attack just makes so your AC, like, shuts down for a second. I think 6 actually does it pretty well. Grim Fox, thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. I feel like it hits that balance where you can feel like a hero when you're, like, using the big spinny blade or like the lance melee weapon or something and just flying into things with crazy melee attacks. But then you're still gonna get fucked up if you take a big hit. Like, they're still gonna punish the shit out of you. Like, 4 Answer is just full, crazy batshit anime. And I love it for that. But 6 is like a middle ground. And I think that I prefer that one, too. 6 feels more like Dark Souls to me. There's definitely some Souls influence there. I will never deny. I'll probably talk about it in the script, because there's a couple spots in particular where I'm like, you can tell that Souls had a lasting effect on this game. In a good way. I don't think in a bad way at all. I know some people think of that in a bad way. I think it's in a good way. Of the tank running, or sorry, the tank AC running over a tank. I love that shit. 4 Answer is more anime than 6. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Well, 6's boss fights are a little more anime, but 4 Answer's just like general mechanics are way more like, I mean, dude, you fly. That, you move so fast. That was a cool track. I really like the OST in 2. I really like Gen 2. I'm happy to be playing Gen 2 again. For me, starting out, it was like Gen 1. I appreciated Gen 1 a lot. But then, like, I got to Gen 2, and Gen 2 just kind of felt like we took everything that Gen 1 did, and we just made it better. Like, a whole lot better. Ferris, thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. Also, for anyone just getting in, if you don't realize what's going on, I'm farming Human Plus before, like, properly starting. So that I can have the best badass AC2 experience possible.
It's a Raven. All units, mission priority has changed. Attack.
The best Dragon Ball Z game ever. Beams, balls, melee, dodges. You guys like realistic gritty mechs or sci-fi bullshit Gundam? Both. Both is good. As someone who's not a mecha fan and is only looking at it from like the perspective of Armored Core, it's like Gen 4 is a fucking blast to just fly around constantly and feel like an absolute god on the battlefield, right? But then like AC5, or sorry, just Gen 5, where it's like, it feels like we smacked this thing together from scrap and it can barely even move, especially like tank builds are so slow and so weighty. That's also really good. Like, just in different ways, right? I like both. I feel like most Armored Core games are kind of like in the middle. Somewhere between like realistic and like crazy anime shit. But 4 and 5 are like the two extremes pushed as far as they'll go. 6 is out there. 6 is definitely more on the anime side.
It's a Raven.
I think that 4 is just like at the absolute extreme all the way out there. Right? 2 feels heavier than 3 to me. I honestly don't really remember them feeling all that different. I remember Gen 3 just feeling more polished more than anything else.
The bridge is old and decayed. Watch your step.
I have to use buildings for cover in some parts of 5. Using cover is really important in Gen 5. You get melted pretty fast in Gen 5. Like Event Horizon. I have not seen Event Horizon yet. It's one of those things that I'm like, someday I need to. I really do. Have you tried, or sorry, did I try dual pile bunkers in Verdict Day? I did not. I tried a pile bunker. I had some fun with one. As far as melee went, I honestly used melee most on just the tank boost kick thing. But outside of that, I used like the blade weapon arms a bit. I thought those were sweet. Because they weren't energy blade weapon arms. They were just blades. Like sword blades. And they were so cool. I had to use them when I saw them. Bunkers are the easiest to use in 6. 6's melee is definitely the easiest that they've ever had in the franchise. It's no debate on that one. In terms of like landing melee and melee feeling powerful, 6 is definitely the strongest melee has ever been. And it's not even close. Although, purely because of the tank leg boost kick, 5 is probably second. It's literally just because of that one move. The fact that I have a clip of me hitting a guy for like 36,000 AP with one kick.
Sure our contact is protected.
Nothing in AC6 can do that. Nothing in AC6 can like one-shot an AC, right? So 6, like across the board, the melee is the strongest, but 5 has some really strong melee stuff. Do I want ultimate weapons to return? I really didn't get to play with them, so I don't know. I would have no thoughts on that one. Because I really didn't touch them. Do combos count? Like in the AC6 combos, you mean? What is like the most powerful combo in 6? Is it the Lance? I wouldn't know. I think the Lance might be my favorite overall out of the AC6 melee weapons. If you just set someone up and you get like that perfect, like you get the full charge and then that big finisher where you just smack them a second time, it's, oh, feels great. Every single time. Never fails to feel so good. Plus staff, probably. The staff, if you can land it, does seem like it's up there. The staff I had a harder time landing on. Or with, sorry. Landing with. Chainsaw is a lot of fun if you can stagger something. You know, I've never tried the chainsaw. But I still have a chapter left of recording through AC6. So I might have to throw the chainsaw on for a build. I have, by the way, you know how like starting in Gen 4 they let you save like multiple builds and just whenever you want to go back to an old one you just hit load? I was like, I need to get creative as shit. I need to have so many like super different builds in my 6 video. Because it's the last one, right? I gotta go big with it. Currently, I have 11 builds that I am swapping between for recording AC6 footage. I'll probably make a couple more before I'm done. I might get up to like 13, 14 total builds in the video. There's a lot you can do in AC6. You can do some really fun shit with builds in that game. Like once you break away from just doing like hard meta biped build, you can do so much creative shit. I have builds with every like type too. Like I think I'm probably using every like type about evenly, if I'm being honest. I think it's pretty even. I probably have like about 3 builds for every like type. So there's only the 4, right?
Attack.
You think implementing Kingsfield to Soul series would be worse? I really don't even understand Kingsfield, to be honest. I've watched like a couple videos about it, but even then it was a long time ago. So I really know, like, I know very, very little about Kingsfield. I would love Kingsfield to come back, but I think, like, the reality is, outside of being first person, I feel like there's just not much of a reason for them to bring Kingsfield back, because it's already similar to Souls. Like, you know, Armored Core is an entirely different game from Souls. Like, not even in the same ballpark. But Kingsfield is like, it's pretty close. I don't know if there's like a need to bring back Kingsfield the way that there was a need to bring back Armored Core, if that makes sense. The Souls games almost just feel like a natural progression from Kingsfield. It feels like doing another Kingsfield game would feel like we're taking a step backwards in a way. You know what I mean?
It's a Raven. All
Miyazaki says they wouldn't do that unless the former president who created it would direct, which I'm guessing will never happen. Interesting. Do I like Souls or AC more? I feel like there are two games that I can't really compare to each other, right? I really, as much as it might sound like I'm going for a cop-out, I feel like I can't really compare them against each other like that. Because I play both of them for very different things, right? Is like Kingsfield third-person funny mod? Yeah, I mean, Souls kind of is like, it's like Kingsfield, but we pulled the camera out to third person, and we like improved the level design, we improved the combat loop, and here you go. So I feel like bringing Kingsfield back would just feel kind of awkward more than anything. I feel like Kingsfield is one of those games that I'll end up getting to it at some point, and I'll appreciate its legacy and all that, but I don't know if I would ever wish for like a new Kingsfield game over a new Souls game. We have one more loop to do, by the way. I have been keeping count in my head. That was number 5.
We threw attack on. I don't.
What is loop number 5, by the way? Oh, use half of the energy. Okay. Been an absolute joy to watch. Thank you. Doom? I get it. It's Doom.
Huh?
Okay.
AC
Anyway.
detected nearby.
How in-depth you get? I feel like I don't go that in-depth.
Raven.
I feel like you guys have no idea how much I hold back when I write those scripts, because I'm like, I could make these videos like 40 minutes and do them once every 2 weeks, but I don't want to. Because I also feel like they're a lot easier to digest if they're like 15 to 20 minutes. So I hold back when I'm writing them, and then I even like cut stuff out. Right? Like, patrons and members know, because they get like the behind the scenes updates. So any patrons or members who have been like paying enough attention will know that, like, compared to my estimates early on, like when I'm like, here's the word count for the script, and I know that when it comes to videos, my pacing is generally like 170 words per minute. So I'm like, it'll be about this long, and it's always a very accurate guess, just based on the words per minute stuff. And normally it comes out to be like a minute or two shorter than that. Last week, they even got like a timestamp update where I was like, all right, I clipped everything out, like the audio is all spliced. It's gonna be like, I think it was at 18 minutes when I posted the update. I think I said like, it's gonna be 18 minutes, final length. And then it got brought down to 17 because I cut stuff while I was editing it beyond that. Stuff gets cut a lot in those videos, which sometimes leads to a script that feels kind of janky. In my opinion, I've mentioned before that there's a video in the series that I don't like. And people were, when I said it before, people were like, oh, I gotta figure out what video it is. No one ever figured it out, or at least came back to me with it. I don't like the Nexus video very much. I think the Nexus video is kind of shit. I think you can tell how much I cut out of the Nexus video. I feel like it feels like I'm jumping all over the place, because I am. Like, I cut so many, like, paragraphs out of that video while I was editing it, and the flow feels really weird. I feel like, maybe I can only tell because I know, but I could definitely tell. Super digestible? I mean, that's what we're going for, so I'll take it. Oh, you want to see it go back to the horror? Okay. We're talking about Kingsfield, right? That's what we're talking about? I feel like early Souls had much better horror than the newer games. Like when we're comparing like Demon Souls and Dark Souls 1 to like Dark Souls 3 and Elden Ring, right? Like there's a lot of horror influence in the early Souls games, and I feel like over time it's just kind of less of that. So if we're talking in like a horror aspect, I would definitely like to see it come back. Bloodborne? Oh, Bloodborne. I haven't played that yet. That was one of the earlier ones too. My point still stands. Bloodborne was the... Oh no. It was the fourth? The fourth. I was gonna say it was the third, but Dark Souls 2 came out before it. Never mind.
Watch your step.
It was the fourth. And Dark Souls 2 was the B team, and we all know Dark Souls 2, right? I like Dark Souls 2. Before anyone is like, actually, I do too. I like Dark Souls 2. I just don't like it as much. I make Dark Souls 2 jokes because, like, Dark Souls 2 is somewhere in the ballpark of being like a 7 out of 10. But it's sitting in the pile of the Souls games, which are consistently like 8s and 9s. So it kinda... Like, I still make the Dark Souls 2 jokes. Because when you compare them, it's like... It seems like it sucks.
That is all.
Like Echo Knight or... I actually don't know the second one. Hold on. This is a copy-paste moment. FromSoft made a survival horror game? What? You're kidding me, man. This can't be real. This can't be real. Oh, it's not reviewed very well. Ooh. I still need to look into this, but I went to Metacritic right away.
System engaged.
Dark Souls 2 looks actually fun. Dark Souls 2 has a lot of bullshit.
The bridge is old
And it's really long. It's really long. Didn't like it either time. It feels weird, but like... You like Dark Souls 2, not Dark Souls 2? I like both. I like both. I like all the Dark Souls games. Actually, I haven't played enough of 3 yet, to be honest. I won't say anything about 3. 3 is the one that I've struggled to actually sit down and play for whatever reason. But I like all the Souls games that I've played. I have not played Bloodborne. Really, I haven't played Dark Souls 3, and I've never played Sekiro either. But I like all the Souls games that I've played. Just, not all of them are created equal. That should be the Last Human Plus loop. I'm nervous that I might have, like, miscounted somewhere along the way. But if I did, we're going with it. We're going with it. One day we'll stream Dark Souls 3 then. Yeah, well, how I got through Dark Souls 2, like, for real, was I made it a stream game, and I did play it on stream. Even then, I didn't finish the game. I got like 40 hours into Dark Souls 2, and at that point, I was like, okay, I'm gonna be real. I've had my fill. I enjoyed what I played, but I can't bring myself to play more. From this point, like, I'm good. 40 hours is enough. After 40 hours, I know how I feel about Dark Souls 2. I definitely know. There. Fixed. Chef's kiss. I want to try Souls-likes, but I hate open worlds. It's not... Elden Ring is the only one that's, like, proper open world. Other than that, like, Dark Souls 1, right, is kind of the best way for me to explain it. It's more like it's a bunch of levels that are just connected, right? Like, there's no, like, distinct, you're loading into a level, like, there's no, like, chapter ends or anything. But really, it's like, you go through the Asylum, and then you get to Firelink, which is, like, your hub. You'll go back to Firelink all the time. And then you wander out, and there's, like, a few enemies in Firelink on the way out. But then there's a point where you get to, like, the undead bird, and it pops up on screen, and then it's like, oh, okay, I'm in a new level. And there is, like, a pretty... It's not, like, open-ended and empty. It's all very well used in terms of space. If that's what's putting you off from most of them, I would say go for it. Elden Ring, if you don't like open worlds, probably won't change your mind. But I think like Dark Souls 1 and like Demon Souls, hell, really any of them. Maybe I wouldn't start with Dark Souls 2, but really any of them. I feel like you could start playing them, and if open world is the potential holdup, I would not imagine it's going to be a problem. Sorry, I'm stumbling through this one. My brain is kind of elsewhere. Anyway, email time. Hello, Raven. I'm Nell Alter, a liaison manager for the Nerves Concord. I'm responsible for your managerial duties, including mission assignments and communication support. How long I will be your manager is up to you, but I look forward to working together. I've already lined up your first mission assignment. The job is low in rank for a Raven, but it's a good chance to get warmed up. Please complete the mission successfully. On a parting note, some birds can fly and others cannot. This is the only truth in your existence. I pray you'll have the ability to fly. The hidden parts? Oh, that's a good shout, because I would have forgotten. Welcome to Mars. Here you will perform various missions as a Raven registered with the Nerves Concord. We look forward to working with you. Under the terraforming project, the Martian environment is beginning to approximate that of the Earth's. And as Martian society matures, conflicts over control are becoming fierce. The planet is therefore in a state of constant turmoil. For a Raven, it is an ideal setting. The amount of work available to you is limited only by your abilities. Sorry, I can't read. Another thing, as on Earth, arenas for Ravens exist on Mars, and all Ravens must be registered with an arena. Your registration is already complete. Your current ranking reflects your status as a new Raven. Advancement through the ranks rests solely on your shoulders. We will contact you periodically, so remember to check your mail. Good luck. I mean, I could probably start with a cheeky arena match, to be honest. Wait, there's 50? Oh yeah, this is good. They might have sounded like I was concerned, but no, I am happy. 50 arena fights? Say less. I'm in. When I first tried Dark Souls, I went left and made it to the Tomb of Giants, and then decided, yep, they were right, this game is hard. Didn't come back until, oh. I've heard that story before. I've heard other people do the exact same thing, and every time I'm like, you poor soul. Like, I somehow didn't do that. But I hear that people do that all the time, like accidentally go to the catacombs and stuff first. And the catacombs you can get through. Like, it'll be tough when you're that low of a level, but you can get through them. The Tomb of Giants? Probably not. I mean, obviously, people have done, like, no damage level 1 runs of Dark Souls, but, like, realistically, you're probably not going to be able to go through Tomb of Giants at, like, level 10. It's not going to happen for anyone outside of, like, the top 0.3% of players, right? There are a lot of parts available off the rip in AC2. Like, I haven't even done a mission officially, because we were human plus looping, right? So I haven't even done a mission or an arena match yet. And there are this many parts in the shop. God. 15,000 for tank legs? That's cheap as shit. I'm just browsing. Don't mind me. I'm just taking a little look around. What kind of arm weapons are there from right off the bat? Got your rifles. Oh, you can scroll like this. Your machine guns, handguns, bazookas. You really have shotguns. It's all here. Like immediately. Pulse rifle, energy machine gun, hand rocket, flamethrower. Damn. Stop wasting time. Get a PS5 and play that game. For the record, for anyone who doesn't know, by that game he means Spider-Man 2. And no, I don't need a PS5. I was close to buying one for Spider-Man. Did I already save? Okay, I didn't. But I didn't. Hold on, yeah, let me get hidden parts pulled up before I forget to do that. This seems like a great guide. Are you kidding? Hold on. What? No way. Chat, there is a hidden part in the test arena. We're going to the test arena. Are you serious? There's a hidden part in the test arena.
Test mode engaged.
Okay, hold on. There's two of you. Here we go. Who needs a PS5 when there are so many great PS2 games? Like Armored Core 2, man, this rifle does not do much for them. So there's a panel in the ceiling somewhere. Is it just that? Is it just the center panel up there? Is it that? That's the only thing that I can see that would be like the breakable part. So far, so good. Keep shooting. Man, they're crazy for this one. They really. This starting rifle is not good. Yeah, I was talking about it a few streams ago. Uh-oh. Oh, I can get up. We're fine. But I use the starting rifles in these games for a good bit most of the time. Okay. You have new great ones? I don't even have nostalgia for this game. I played it for the first time a few months ago. Where did that drone go? There he is. When was that? It was August by the time that I was into Gen 2, definitely. I think it was like very early August, but August for sure. Ow. Come on. There we go. I love the bear head. Me too. I like the look of the starting head in this game. I like the look of the starting AC in general in this game. That is so wild that they put a hidden part in the test arena. That just tells me there's probably going to be a lot of hidden parts in this game. Hold on. It default equips a radar. Might as well throw on this fancy secret one. Spider-Man 2 game 2004. Man, I played so much of the old Spider-Man games. A video came up in my recommended that I had on in the background while I was editing the Verdict Day video. And it was a guy just talking about every Spider-Man game, like, prior to the Insomniac ones. And it was great. And I didn't realize that I played, like, almost every Spider-Man game growing up. There's only 8? Really? Hold on. Okay, so there's that one. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 isn't even that many, to be honest. I really would have thought there would be more. Okay. What do you think, chat? Should we start with the missions, or do we go straight for some arena and see how we fare? Do we just bring the default AC into the arena and see what happens? I like the starter ACs in general. There's always something like, what's the word I'm looking for? Comforting in the starter ACs. Save the good stuff. So far, 50, okay. 3 for the arena. I probably should have run a poll, but this works. Arena, arena, arena. Maybe we go arena for just a tiny. No, this is an FMV technically. Oh, the emulator wobble comes back with a vengeance. Why? Let me see if I can fix it real quick. Save state. Give me a second, chat. I'm gonna see if I can figure it out, because I did not think that would happen. It should be something to do with the interlacing. Definitely. Oh, what if I turned off the interlacing entirely? Let's try that. Why did I not think of that before? Now the whole game is wobbling. Hold on. Hold on. What if I set the de-interlacing back to automatic, just to check? Is that... Son of a bitch. For a second, I was like, hold on a second. It might work. Okay. Hold on, let me Google it again real quick. 'Cause I really, that's going to be a bitch. Oh, hold on.
Hey, Jano here.
Anyone know who Mr. Sujano is? I almost called him Shujano. Anyone ever seen this guy? He's a YouTuber who, like, kind of his whole thing is he's very passionate about emulation. Oh wait, there's a hotkey for interlacing methods? Hold on. I'll try this. If there's a hotkey that cycles it, that would make it very, very quick. Let's try blend TFF. Sujano's a Chad. I swear, like, half the time, it blurred the picture so badly. But sure enough, it's not shaking. God damn it. Okay. Let me try the other version. Because now it's not shaking. So good start, but that's pretty blurry. Do not save the state. And that is so much worse. That is some nasty shit. Okay. Let's see. So blend is working for sure. It just doesn't look as clean. What if we just turned it off? Hold on, does the hotkey work? Let me see. The hotkey works. Press F5. Yeah, I wasn't sure because it's the thing that I was looking at was from many builds ago. Jesus Christ. I might just go with this. It is slightly blurred, but it looks like it's not as bad on stream as it is for me. It's really not that bad on stream, actually. It looks perfectly fine for you guys. It looks noticeably blurry for me. I'll just stick with this. Screw it. If it works, it works. A young raven who aspires to become a 9-breaker. It is unlikely that he'll be able to pull it off, but his confidence has already won him many supporters. Shouldn't it be worse on stream? No, because like compression is kinda doing me a favor on this one. In a way. Where, because I'm getting like a higher res image to begin with than stream is getting. Oh, but the gameplay. Now this is noticeable, right? You guys can probably see this, right? How many nods to 4 answer did you notice before the final boss? Oh, a good bit. Definitely. Man, this is gonna be like the slowest arena fight of all time. Starter rifle versus starter rifle. Am I drunk again? Hold on. It looks great. Oh, I paused. Son of a bitch, I forgot about this bug. Don't look at the UI, chat. Don't look at the UI. Actually, the game looks pretty great with the interlacing completely turned off. Don't look at the UI. But it looks sharp as shit. I've been using Bob for so long, maybe I should have just been turning it off. Damn. Gives them Nexus controls? Yeah, someone just mentioned that, like today. I had no idea prior to this stream. Minecraft? Yeah, so this is one of the best bugs with AC2 on emulation is if you pause, like the in-game pause like this, your HUD turns into this. It'll be gone as soon as I start another, like, mission. Like, as soon as we're done with this, it'll be gone. But every time that I pause the game, because I forget that this happens, it's going to happen. It was a real bitch when I was recording footage for the video. So if I ever paused the game without thinking, I just had to restart whatever I was doing. Because this is just unusable footage for, like, a video. So much better with Nexus controls? Does it? I'm so used to the old school controls at this point. Like, I played so many hours of it now that for me, it's just kind of like... Keep pausing back and forth. Wait, was it like changing every time? You see? It reinitializes and boom. It's gone. No interlacing actually looks pretty good. I'm not gonna lie, it looks sharp. I might stick with off, and then I can just toggle to the other kind with the hotkey whenever I need to read stuff in the menu like that. Makes old gen feel less homogenous with different control schemes. Really? Honestly, I feel like the control scheme is kind of one of the defining factors. Or sorry, characteristics of the old gen games. So I can kind of see that. 2,000? 2,000. Yeah, so I'm not going to be making any money from the arena, clearly. I want to congratulate you on your entry into the arena, but life here is hard. Most pilots drift through the lower ranks and then disappear. Sorry, hiccup. The ultimate dream is to attain the title 9 breaker. Warehound, you won't be able to advance as long as he's in the way. Your future in the arena depends on your ability to defeat him. If you can't, you'll vanish like so many others. Good luck. You think we'll get an Armored Core collection? I definitely don't think we will. Because FromSoft, and before anyone says it, the Demon Souls remake is not FromSoft. But FromSoft doesn't do that. Like, FromSoft genuinely has no history of re-releasing their old games. Outside of the one time that they actually did it was Dark Souls Remastered. And let's be real, that's only because Dark Souls sold 11 million copies and the PC version was terrible. So they kind of needed to tap the third possible audience to not be leaving a shit ton of money on the table. As well as Armored Core 6 sold, I don't think it's well enough to push them into doing that. Right? Project Phantasma 9breaker is named after a boss in Shadow Tower. Wait, actually? The only thing I want to see is war crimes and murder. That is the one thing they all have consistent. Is there anything I can buy with 7,000 credits? I don't think there is. I think we should do a mission all of a sudden. I don't know if there's a whole lot that I can do with 7,000. Yeah, that seems like a no. Get a better gun? I don't think I can. Oh, my camera is probably cutting off the prices. FromSoft didn't even make that remaster? Oh, really? The Dark Souls one they didn't do? Was that Bandai that pushed that one out then? The cheapest one I can see is this handgun is 17,000. Other than that, it's looking rough. It's looking like we're still absolutely broke. I could get a shield for 13,000. Bandai got some random studio. I thought that one was actually FromSoft. So yeah, FromSoft genuinely, to my knowledge, in that case, has never re-released one of their games. Because, like, the Demon Souls remake was... Sony owns the publishing rights and the IP rights to Demon Souls. So they were the ones that came up with the idea in the first place, and then Bluepoint actually made the game. So FromSoft had nothing to do with that remake. You were to make an AC6 vid? We are doing an AC6 vid. A lot of people think that Verdict Day is the last video. Which might be just from the way that I was saying it, like, early on, where I would always say that it was in preparation of Armored Core 6. I think a lot of people might have gotten the impression I was going to go through Verdict Day, and that would be it. But yeah, I'm working on the 6th video currently. Kind of making me depressed since I feel like 4th and 5th gens are the most sought after now. Yeah, because like all the gens before 4 and 5 are very easy to emulate. I'm trying to think. 4 is getting easier, but it's still kind of a bitch for a lot of people. 5, even for me, on this behemoth build of a PC, 5 was a bitch to emulate. But also, hello, Corn. 5 was not fun to emulate. Even on a 4080 and 13900K, it was not fun to emulate that thing. Worth it in the end for the video and all that, but it's not... I can't even recommend that people try emulating Gen 5 because it was such a headache. It took me like 6 hours or something to get AC5 specifically to even like work. and then a couple more hours of tweaking to get it to actually look good.
Prototype MTs are
It was a
malfunctioning
bitch.
and running loose in the Bundle MT factory. The cause of this may be the electromagnetic field surrounding a meteor that fell nearby. As the malfunctioning MTs are only prototypes, they are weakly armed. No major damage is expected, but we cannot let them run amok. Your mission assignment is the destruction of all malfunctioning MTs. Good luck.
Thank you. How's the audio, by the way? I think I asked earlier, but I don't know if anyone answered, or maybe I just didn't read them, because that wouldn't surprise me if I asked and then forgot that I even asked the question. Is audio at a good level?
The gates between blocks have been closed to prevent the damage from spreading.
I can't remember how to kick in Dark Souls 1. Oh yeah.
Destroy
You push the stick forward and attack like at the exact same time. Light attack, specifically. Oh my god, I'm kind of getting melted, I'm not gonna lie. Man, what is this? Use the doorway for cover. Poke in and out. Try not to get your AC melted. Ow. Doesn't sound anything like the RuneScape soundtrack. That is unfortunate. It is a very unfortunate reality. How armored is my core? I don't even know how to answer that. I tried to think of some smart-ass shit to say, and I could not think of anything. I'll keep it a buck. I tried. The instructions don't even tell you that. Of course not. You're playing Souls, bitch. I was gonna say something else, but YouTube doesn't like the F word anymore, apparently. Hello, Unicorn. Welcome back. For AC1, I remember that the president, don't know if it's FromSoft, didn't like the mech designs. The Gen 1 designs? I think, personally, I think the Gen 2, AC designs are the weakest if we're looking at like all the generations compared to each other. And it's not that they're like bad. I just think out of all the gens, I like the Gen 2 ACs the least. I love the games. Gen 2's got a soft spot for me because this is where like the series really clicked, was with AC2 for me. Like Master of Arena really got the ball rolling, and then AC2 like, you know, slam dunked it. But if I was gonna say like my least favorite art direction for the ACs themselves, Gen 2 is probably that one for me. Man, I'm gonna run out of ammo. What's going on?
The gate lock to Block C has been released.
Looks like a teddy bear head. That, I love this head, because it does look like a bear. Sony president didn't like Demon Souls. The Sony president, I love that Demon Souls. Okay, hear me out. Slow down. I love Demon Souls, but I am incredibly grateful that Demon Souls was a big critical success, but not a big commercial success. Because it really, like, that probably is like the most important moment in FromSoft's history in terms of getting to where we are today with them. Like, Demon Souls being a commercial flop and Sony not signing them for a second game to follow it up is the reason that we got Dark Souls. And sure, Dark Souls is the reason, Dark Souls selling so well is the reason that AC went on like a 10-year hiatus. But the fact that we got so many great Soulsborne games and that now Armored Core has come back and is also great again, like, Demon Souls being a commercial flop is probably the biggest event, or the most important event in terms of getting to where FromSoft is today. Followed by Dark Souls 1 selling so well, right? You could probably say that that is the number one, but like, Dark Souls 1 wouldn't have turned out the way it did if Sony had greenlit a second Demon Souls. Bandai greenlit Dark Souls before Demon Souls was even reviewed internally. But wasn't Dark Souls originally Demon Souls 2? Didn't it start its life as a follow-up to Demon Souls? Zeo Matrix is currently the most powerful corporation on Mars. I can't wait to hear the Zeo Matrix guy anytime now. It wasn't a large corporation prior to Martian development, but it was the first to expand into Mars, and soon claimed the #1 position through a series, of AC developments. Zeo Matrix frequently employs ravens. As your name becomes established, they will most likely approach you with important missions. The value of your existence is determined by corporate decisions. Do not forget who allows you to live. We will contact you again. Mateus? Hopefully that's how I'm supposed to say it. Thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. For receiving the Trump treatment in 2023. You know, the Trump treatment is a surprisingly accurate way of putting it. At first I was like, what does that mean? But then even just thinking about it a little bit, you know, you're kind of right. Like, always had the dedicated fans, but got to a point where the dedicated fans weren't enough to support it. Went away for a little bit, came back, and because of that break, the fans from before got really riled up, and they're more fired up about it than they were before. Surprisingly accurate comparison, actually. The more that you think about it. I wish I could buy a gun. This rifle is terrible. I could buy the handgun. Make Armored Core great again. At first, I was like, what is MACGA? Make Armored Core great again. Armored Core is great again. Not to spoil next week's video. But I've already said so much positive about Armored Core 6 today. I've been playing Armored Core 6 again, right? I played it when it came out, and I really liked it then. I was wondering if my opinion would change replaying for the review after actually playing like 3.5, Gen 3.5, 4, and 5. And it really hasn't. I said it to False last night. I was like, man, I'm working back through AC6, just trying to grind it out because it's long. So I'm grinding it out really hard right now outside of stream. And like, I messaged False last night about it, and I was like, yep, I'm on the grind, but like, man, this is some good shit. I always use the SMG. I think if I did another arena match and just got a little bit more money, just a little bit more money, I could buy something that will carry me. Oh. Sorry, I was tabbed into... There's the one we need to be able to read. I saw old vets defending it, and then old vets don't like it. Series veterans seem to be pretty split on 6 from what I can tell. Anyway, Hustler 2, AC 8-ball. A token low-rank AC, it is poorly equipped, and the pilot leaves much to be desired. He claims to be the heir of a legendary Raven, but this claim is highly suspect. 8-ball. Never change. Sorry, I was trying to find the right interlacing setting. We're having an emulator issue with the wobble. If you weren't here for it before. Oh, hold on. I forgot. I turned it to off. Yeah, that's what we're rocking. No interlacing was what I had settled on earlier. I thought I had settled on Bob for gameplay and then Blend for reading, but no. I'm just straight up turning the interlacing off. It's better this way. Which is weird. I used Bob when I played through for the video for de-interlacing, and it looked great. I didn't wobble ever. I would use it if I could. Because just like that tiny bit of interlacing, but having it be very high resolution is kind of my preferred way, but having it turned off just looks really crisp too. So I don't know what happened. Maybe like because the emulator, I used the nightly build, which if you don't know the term nightly in terms of like software stuff, it means that I use like the experimental builds of PCSX2, basically, like the ones that aren't super stable, and I just kind of get updates like every couple days as they're working on it. Like whenever something changes, they just throw it out to the nightly build. Which means that it has a lot of fancy features that like the stable build doesn't have, but some things break. So I wonder if maybe like the de-interlacing that I was using is just different now with the updates, and it's causing a lot of wobble. I don't know what happened, but clearly it doesn't work anymore. 8-ball is a pushover and a half. This guy just gets stun locked really hard. Look at him. He takes like a whole jerk every time that he gets hit by this thing. He was so stun locked, he couldn't do a thing. Look at him shooting off into the distance. Me flying back into it, and he still can't do a thing. That's why they're throwing updates at me like every 30 seconds. Yeah, if you're using nightly PCSX2, it's just any time that they change something, you get the update. Old vets that liked AC6 are Gen 2 players, so that's where they say they have fun. I feel like some of the criticism that I've seen of 6 from some veterans is really weird to me. Some of it makes sense. Like, some of it I get, you know, lack of parts. Sure, we're all on the same page with lack of parts. I'm on a little bit of a different page where I'm like, there are less parts, but like the differences between the parts are more significant in 6 than they are in older games. It's less that they did less, and it's kind of just they took a different approach than they used to, and I don't think it's bad, but I know that a lot of people are like, lack of parts is a thing, and I would agree a good bit. It's like the old Gen 2 versus Gen 3 war, like 4 against 5. It seems to be like 6 against everything right now, but I think that's just because it's new, right? But I've seen some people say that they don't like that the story is like a chosen one prophecy story. And I don't even know what they mean. To be honest, I definitely didn't get that from AC6's story. Maybe I'm just massively misinterpreting it. But it definitely didn't feel like a chosen one story to me. I can see where you might get that, but at the same time, like, a lot of the old games kind of have that feel if you're stretching it the same way that AC6 does. Walter calls you brain fried at the start of the game. I started on 4 Answer, didn't really get it, then got into 6 and went back and played all the old gens. Purely because the controls weren't asinine, I'd take 6 over all previous games. The controls in 6 are butter. Definitely. But I think once you get past controls with any of the old games, for me, almost every Armored Core game has an appeal. I say almost because, like, well, actually, okay, outside of me, like, exaggerating and memeing and all that, Ninebreaker is great for the PvP crowd. It's just not good for anyone else. You decide the fate of the universe to an extent. That makes sense. But definitely with, like, the Chosen One stuff, I feel like in that sense, it could be talking about that. But I understood it to be more like everyone talking about how powerful you are near the end of the game and stuff, but like a lot of the old games do that. And similar to the old games, I feel like in 6 you earn it through playing the game rather than just like you are that from the beginning, which would be more like a Chosen One story, right? I don't know. No, Air didn't choose 621. Air, like literally the thing with Air and 621 getting bonded is that like that coral blast happens and 621 happens to be standing there. And Air even says, like, I've just kind of been floating around for a long time and no one even knew that I like existed. Like Air ends up with 621 kind of just by random chance. Like it could have been any coral being. I don't understand the lore behind the coral as well. I'm still trying to put that one all together. 5 and Verdict Day are very much a chosen story. 5 especially, but like retroactively, right? Seemingly by coincidence? Yeah. It might not be by coincidence, but it seems like it was just coincidence, as far as it's told at least.
The elimination of an informer. The target is an employee of ours who has been selling highly classified information to other corporations.
Man. You just can't beat the old voice acting. You really... There's nothing like this.
Through surveillance, we've learned that he will be meeting with representatives from Emerald Corporation tonight at Fauna Crater. We want you to eliminate him then and there.
It's just perfect.
Attack only the vehicle that the target has boarded. Ignore the corporate forces. We want to send them a message that we'll no longer tolerate such activities.
The laugh at the end. The laugh at the end. Oh my god. Sorry, the laugh at the... I was not ready for it.
I don't like having to hire a raven, but as the rest of our forces are engaged in other activities, I don't really have a choice. That is all. Good luck.
Oh, it's just... It doesn't get better. It doesn't get better. The production value and how much easier it is to understand gave me the most entertainment line. I think that that's like a big thing with game stories too, right? Like just how it's presented can really change the quality. Like I always say with Bungie's Halo trilogy, the story really is nothing that special if you're just picking apart the content of the story. It's fairly basic. Not to say it's not good, but it's like, it's a pretty average story. But the old Halo games presented their story in a way that made it seem so much better than it was. And it honestly carries them really hard. Like, that can happen. Presentation is a big part of a video game story. And a movie, and a TV show. Like, the content of your writing can be great, but if you don't present it well with, like, all the other factors around it, it's not gonna land that well. Presentation is a big deal. It's why a lot of people will be like, oh, the Souls games don't really have good stories, because they just don't really have stories. And it's like, that statement is crazy, but it's just the fact that it's not directly told leads to a lot of people playing those games for the first time and feeling like there really wasn't even a story. Halo lore is S tier though. I haven't gotten much into Halo lore, but from what little I do know about it, it's pretty sweet. But yeah, like the actual like stories of the original trilogy, not Halo 2's is very good. Halo 2 is a different story, but like especially 1 and 3, the stories aren't that good. They're just presented in a way that makes them seem a lot better than they actually are, and it works. Ahem. As you know, the Earth government struggled during the chaos of the Subterranean era to rebuild itself into the ruling entity that it was prior to the Great Destruction. Sorry, these hiccups are brutal today. LCC is an organization established by the Earth government, but it lacks clout as the Earth government's resources are focused on environmental reclamation and maintaining order on the Earth. LCC possesses no real military strength and relies heavily upon ravens. Corporations pretend to obey LCC, but behind the scenes, they're engaged in a vicious power struggle. LCC has been quiet since its inception, but they could become active at any time. Thus, confrontations between corporations are becoming more and more deadly, and tension is mounting. Then again, this might be favorable for you Ravens, as it provides more work for you. We'll contact you again. What was the foul language? Oh, letters individually. Classic bot. What happens in Gen 3, 3.5, and 4 goes insanely hard, but you have to read all this lore and ask people to really get it. Especially with Gen 4, you kind of need to look into like explanations of the story from someone who has played like the actual Japanese release and is capable of understanding Japanese to be able to like get the meaning out of it. Because Gen 4, I've found out after I did the AC4 video, the localization completely butchered the game's story. Like, just destroyed it completely. And it's really unfortunate, because what's there is good. But when I played AC4, I got none of that. Like, not one bit of it. We have a request for the removal of disorder units. These are unmanned, armored weapons known to have existed prior to Martian development. Disorder units display organized, insect-like behavior and appear unannounced in various Martian cities and facilities, causing great damage. It's not known exactly what the disorders are. We only know they're dangerous, and that a number of different types exist. That's about all. Missions involving disorder units will probably be common in the future, so exercise great caution. Stay alert for any information regarding them. We will contact you again. Butchered localization is a common issue in old... It's a common issue in old, just Japanese games in general. Localization was not a very strong industry back then. Or, sorry, like a strong side of the industry. It was pretty underdeveloped, and it was just... Like, some Japanese games from back in the day get away with it. Because, like, with Resident Evil... The only reason that Resident Evil's localization isn't worse than it is, like the old PS1 games, right? And even like the stuff going into the mid-2000s, like up until like RE4 pretty much, and even RE4. They just straight up used to dub the RE games in English. Like, they just, like the dub was in English for the old Resident Evil games. So the localization is still kind of iffy, but because it's like the main version of the game that came out, it turned out a lot better than like, all your base are belong to us. Final Fantasy VII, yeah, it's just a common issue from like that era. Even like the localization issues stayed with Armored Core all the way up until like 6. Really, 6 is the only Armored Core game that doesn't have that problem. As crazy as it is to say out loud. Like, it genuinely... Like, the first time the localization was actually good. This thing does have 1,000 ammo. The core gun is supposed to be the Wait, what? Oh, is this Final Fantasy VII? I haven't played it. I'm curious about the mounted weapon on the AC's core. Oh, shit. Wait. Let me go back and look at that in a second. Sorry, I missed that message. It overheats? This thing does? Oh, do you mean it overheats the enemies? It does have pretty high ammo heat as well. That might be the one. It's a good all-around pick, right? Like, I could try to risk it with the upgraded rifle and see what happens, but I feel like this is just a safe pick. It's a good all-around starting pick to just buy the machine gun that has a shit ton of ammo in it, right? We start there. I should probably go for frame parts after that, right? Oh, I guess I could go for back weapons. Back unit. There it is. I was kind of confused for a sec. It's been a while. I could go for back weapons next. These are nuts. I use these. I used these a lot in Gen 2. This exact launcher, like, I killed the final boss of this game with this launcher. It's available right from the start, and this is the one. I might buy the back unit next. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna do another arena fight. I'll do one more. Oh, hold on. I was tabbed into my browser again. There we go. He's been forced into the arena in order to pay off gambling debts. His desperation makes him a fierce opponent, but a lack of skill hinders his chance at a win. Get ready for the wobble. Jesus Christ. Iguazu. If FromSoft were able to introduce a new leg part, what would it be? I was joking about it a few days ago. Someone said like a single peg leg would be really funny. But then I was like, hold on. As goofy as it might be, you could genuinely do that and have it be so that you can't like move along the ground on it and make like a flight only AC that maybe like it has significantly higher speed in the air or something, but just literally can't move along the ground. Then, of course, you'd have to figure out how all the generators and stuff would work with that, but I think there's a world where that could work, and it would probably be a pretty interesting leg type to do like a flight-only kind of leg. Oh, and the transformation legs. We did talk about that, too. Like, legit Transformers legs, where you can toggle between two different modes. Like, you could have legs that maybe go between, like quad legs and tank legs, but never quite reach, like, the full benefits of both. Or, like, yeah, bipeds into tank treads sort of thing. It's just that you'll never get, like, the full positive of either, but it gives you, like, flexibility, that sort of thing. That could be pretty cool. What about just having straight up wheels like unicycle? Like a unicycle leg? The shaking is tied to the frame rate or hertz? It probably could be. It's weird because it's only happening in the FMVs and this screen. Those are the only times that it's happening. And changing the interlacing will fix it. But then the interlacing that fixes it is kind of blurry, so I'm just toggling between them currently. Do an Akira slide on the bike legs. Oh, bike legs though? Oh, I also found out last night that my friend who is such a massive weeb has never seen Akira. I've seen Akira. I don't even watch much anime, like, at all, but I've seen Akira. Because it's Akira, and it's a fantastic movie. I love that movie. Trike core. A centaur leg? Apparently he just made up all the bios for the... What? That's insane. For like a localization team... Like, it might sound just kind of, like, funny, but you have to think about, like, you get all this source material, and then the decision that the team comes to is, like, we'll just have this guy make up, like, entirely new stuff. That's crazy. If that's actually an approach that they took. Oh, is this a launcher? Is this, like, a... Oh, no, that's a blade. Shit, I thought that was, like, a little grenade launcher for the left arm. Yeah, okay, so there's just blades and shields right now. Actually, isn't that all that the left arm can do in Gen 2? Is there more? I don't think grenade launchers were until Gen 3, right? Even Jordan Peele saw Akira and referenced it in Nope. Nope was a good movie. I'm gonna stand by this one. I hated Us, but I saw Nope in theaters when it came out, and I thought that was a really good movie. It's just really weird to like try to piece it together. Like, it doesn't make much sense the first time through, but I really liked Nope. I really liked that movie. It was called Us, right? The second one that he did between Get Out and Nope. I did not like that movie. I loved Get Out. I loved Nope. I do not like Us really whatsoever. I thought that movie was kind of shit. Not the anime itself. You definitely should. Especially, it's a movie, so it's not a lot to get through. It's like 2 hours or so, right? It's worth it. It's worth it. There is an arm grenade launcher in Gen 2. Just one. I must have just completely missed it then. I liked all three. Yeah, I don't know. Us, I just wasn't into Us as much. I think it was more that I was disappointed after Get Out than anything.
Head to the old bridge in the Tread Special Environment Zone. The bridge is a remnant left over from the first terraforming.
It's him.
It's now occupied by Zeo Matrix.
Oh no, this is the LCC guy again. Never mind.
We have no idea why Zeo has entered this zone, but we have jurisdiction over the old facilities, and unauthorized corporate encroachment will not be tolerated.
He's also great, but...
Eliminate all corporate MTs. This will serve as a warning to them. This area is very high in temperature due to its exposure to lava released from a nearby volcano. The roads are badly damaged, but being a raven, this should pose no problem. That is all. Good luck.
Thank you. At least they say good luck every time, right? Like, they might be the most power-hungry assholes ever, but at least they say good luck every time. I need voice acting like this back. Bro, I love old game voice acting. It's just so goofy, always. There's such a charm to, like, late 90s, early 2000s voice acting. Like, Metal Gear Solid 1 has some of the goofiest... Oh, Devil May Cry, purely for, fill your dark soul with light. Just that line alone makes the Devil May Cry voice acting S tier.
Watch your step.
Obviously, like, all of Barry Burton in Resident Evil 1, just every single line from that man. From Jibble sandwiches to... Oh, this is the thing. I talked about it when I streamed the RE1 remake earlier this year. Like, early in the year, right? And I said it then. But is anyone else with me? When I was a kid, like when I was really little and I played RE1 on the PlayStation for the first time, I always thought, I didn't think that he was saying Jill sandwich. I thought he was saying Jibble sandwich. Because he does like a little cough when he says Jill, and it sounds like he's saying Jibble. So everyone always says Jill sandwich when they reference it, and then I say Jibble sandwich, and no one has any idea what I'm talking about. And it might be one of those things now where, since I pointed it out, you won't be able to unhear it. The dude says Jibble sandwich. I swear to God. Sounds like an early AC character. His name is First Raven or something like it. I don't think I've come across that guy. EWG HCGN210. Arm-mounted weapon. Oh, is it not a left-hand launcher then? Is that what you're saying? Snail comes close. Snail is goofy. In 6. Good work. You seem to be a very proficient pilot. We'd be pleased if someone of your caliber would work exclusively for LCC in the future. We must grow in strength if we are to become an effective governing body here on Mars. It's not ominous at all. Hey, you guys pay me, it's just a job, right? I'll do anything. If you've got the money to back it. Is Nineball the first Raven? I guess? Probably? I would have to assume. just because I don't know, like, he would probably have to be. Does that thing weigh a lot? It weighs a little bit more, but it's not that crazy. If I'm gonna buy a new blade, I'm gonna wait and buy that one. Oh, it's a right arm. There goes the bot. There goes the bot again. I think he created the ACs. It makes sense. I'm trying to think. Earlier, let me close the emulator real quick. Earlier, Raiden said it might be the frame rate. Where do you lock the frame rate again? Thought it was. Been a minute. Hold on. Where do you lock the frame rate in PCSX2? That's actually a great question. Where the hell do I do that? How high is this frame rate running? So that might be leading to the wobble. Oh, the ACs. Yeah, okay. The ACs were made by him then. He literally does say it, doesn't he? I could have sworn it was one of these two tabs that you locked the frame rate with. Is there a frame rate lock in this emulator? It's not going to be in the upscaling fixes or anything. It surprises me that it's not here either. Is there really not? This has got to be like, I'm just not seeing it. Oh, what if I tried VSync? VSync would lock it. That's going to be a no. VSync did not lock it. One. There we go. Damn. I did the Fires of Ravenpath in 6 because Air wouldn't pay me enough. Please Save My Family doesn't pay for Songbird rounds. That's true. Did you really need money by then? Hey man, if they're not paying, they're not paying. You know? This pilot boosts his AC's defense and mobility by equipping a shield and a floating leg base. A bad habit of wasting energy in combat has kept him from advancing. What was the last? We're going to the Battle Dome. It's like a Groundhog Day scenario. The canonicity of New Game and New Game Plus is very confusing with AC6 because clearly with like Allmind and Iguazu in the New Game Plus routes, they speak about everything as if like your first and second run of the game very much happened, right? Like they talk about it as if. Sorry, I just noticed that there's a mission timer at the top that's not doing anything. I only just caught that. Yeah, Iguazu does tell you that you killed him twice. And like Allmind through the arena stuff clearly has your data from the first playthrough when you cleared the normal arena. It's really strange. Because it's like, in some capacity, assuming that the New Game Plus route is canon, which like, until we get any sort of follow-up, we don't know what the canon ending is, or if there even is one. But like, absolutely, if New Game Plus is canon in any way, shape, or form, then there's some sort of like time looping bullshit going on in AC6 somehow. Somehow. More than once in a single playthrough? Yeah, but he talks about you killing him. Right? And even in New Game Plus Plus, you have to fight him at the dam mission, but then he won't appear in the tunnel to ambush you because he sends someone else to do it for him. In New Game Plus Plus. Am I remembering that right? I think I'm remembering that right. That it's the third playthrough where he sends someone after you instead of going himself. So you don't even kill him there in your third playthrough. The coral acid trips are crazy. I think augmented humans can predict future even in death. But it's not like predicting the future. It's like things that happen in your first playthrough have to have happened in that first playthrough to affect certain things in the third one. It's really weird. Is All Mine projecting scenarios in VR? I have no idea. It's so bizarre. Maybe blowing up the coral created a black hole / rip in space-time. So maybe you're doomed to repeat things. Does the coral explosion happen in the Liberator ending? Because I think that's only, like, assuming Fires of Raven is the first ending, that could be a way that they do it. Like, there's a canon order to it, where, like, Fires of Raven canonically is the first time, and then second time is Liberator, and then third is the plus ending. They could go that route, and that could be fascinating if they went that way. I don't know. It's super weird. Fires of Raven is the one I'd like to be canon, just so 621 can be an edgy villain on AC7 or something. Having too much information on the future? Oh, maybe. Oh. Hold on. That one is really blurry. There we go. A young girl who joined the arena to earn money to help care for her family. Her AC is poorly equipped and she has struggled to advance but refuses to quit. Look, that's a great story and all, but like, we all need money here, all right? We all do. It's really interesting with like just the fact that in some capacity there seems to be like some sort of Groundhog Day shit or something, and the augmented humans, or at least some of the augmented humans, and also All Mind can somehow like see past it in some capacity. It's really strange. I'm glad that I'm not a lore guy, like channel-wise, I mean. It's not my job to figure that shit out. I can just wait for the next game and be happy with doing that, but like some people are sitting there seriously scratching their heads over this, trying to do like videos and stuff, right? Trying to piece it together somehow. Whoa. Okay, ow. Ow. You killed him in Chapter 1 and 4 in New Game Plus Plus? When do you kill him in Chapter 4 in the third run? Beating up a child for money? Well, she's not a child, maybe just a young woman. Just kill her for pennies on the dollar. The arena pilots don't die. I'm just, you know, setting her back even further by taking her rank. Chapter 3? Oh. Wait. Is it Chapter 2? Is it Chapter 2 in New Game Plus Plus that you'll rematch Iguazu? There's like the mission where you have to stop the hack, right? Is that in mission, or I think that's chapter 2. Maybe it's chapter 3, like early on. I don't remember. I forgot about that fight. My point with All Mind still stands. Like, All Mind clearly still has your data from the first playthrough somehow. And my point there stands. All Mind, at the very least, somehow is like transcending multiple timelines. Or some bullshit. Everything that happened after the coral explosion, 621 got high and imagined the rest of the game, of course. It's before the sea spider, I think? Okay, so it's chapter 2. Yeah, that, at the very least, All Mind has some crazy shit going on. 2v1 versus Pater and Iguazu in chapter 4? Shit. It's crazy that I already forgot this much about my New Game Plus Plus playthroughs and stuff. She is called All Mind after all. Yeah, there's some freaky shit going on there at the very least. I'm torn between what to buy at this point. Do I get some better frame parts? Do I get a better blade? Like, I could buy this thing. Do I just save and get that multi-missile launcher that carried me through the whole game? This and Another Age. This bitch carried me so hard. Any difficult fight, just throw this thing out there. Wait, this thing along with, where is Lan? Which one of you is it? Is it this one? It's this one. Definitely this one. The support missile one. The damage from those two together. Ridiculous. Like, to the point where I didn't even have really enough footage of the final boss fight for the review video because it ended in like 10 seconds. I just fired missiles and it died. And I had to use, like, that footage to talk about the final boss somehow. There's actually a lot of ways that I could spend my money. A new generator would probably be pretty sweet as well. There are so many ways that I could go with this. Fires 4. I don't remember how many this one fires. Does it say? I don't think it does. No. But this one fires a lot. Middle missile. Yeah, it just says multiple warheads. So I don't know on that one. AC6 was my first and only AC. Seeing its parts here feels weird. AC6 does just kind of take parts from, like, all the old gen games. Like, from various generations and, like, recreate them. Oh, that! Snail's Head is pretty much like this one. It's different. But, like, it's pretty much that. I've been playing... I'm near the end of my AC6 replay right now for the video. So, like, I can tell you right off the top of my head, that is pretty much Snail's Head. This one is in the game. That one is, like, remade in 6. I mean, this thing is like every generation of AC has one of these. But it's still there. Oh, the missile clip being looped? Bro, I just, like, I killed him in 10 seconds. I had nothing else to do with that. He died so fast that I didn't have good footage of him. Did you see the Japanese voice actor for All Mind was having trouble with helicopter? Huh? Is this an autocorrect or something? What? Having trouble with helicopter? It was made a minor meme of Don't Mind. Is AC6 a reboot or a continuation? For me, I know that a lot of people have their theories about when AC6 takes place. Like, a lot of people think it could be a follow-up to Gen 4 and 5. A lot of people think it could be a follow-up to Last Raven. For me, until we get like an explicit tie-in, think like how Gen 5 was, where like Armored Core 5 has nothing that ties it to anything else. But then Verdict Day came around and it was like, yeah, this very clearly takes place after For Answer, like a long time after. Until we get something like that, like until we get like a Verdict Day type thing, I'm going to look at it as its own timeline. Because there's nothing directly connecting it, other than like the Raven references feeling very like Gen 3, like tying it into Last Raven potentially. But even that, it could just be like a vague thematic reference, like a vague thematic through line of the series. Ibis being there is weird. All the parts from like various generations being there is weird. But like, until we get something really direct, I'm just gonna say it's its own timeline. Because until they give me something that is like, it is this. Hold on. How many arena pilots have I fought? 5? We could do one more. It's either another timeline or way in the future. Yeah. Oh, I went past it. My bad. Took a long time to restart. After I built my new PC, like probably like 3 days after I built it, it started up and it failed to boot Windows once. And I was like, oh God, I screwed something up. But then I gave it just another shot to, you know, see if it would do it again. And it booted perfectly fine. And that was like almost 2 months ago now. It has never happened since. But sometimes computers just like to put the fear of God in you real quick. Anyway. Piloted by a brave sort who never runs from a fight but lacks ability. Even though his AC is well armored, it's doubtful this alone will help him advance in rank. I could probably take him. Ooh, you know what I need to remember? Is that, what's it? I need to remember that heavyweight bipeds are actually kind of overpowered in Gen 2. I was thinking I was just gonna go like middleweight biped again. It's kind of just the standard go-to. But heavyweights are actually really broken in Gen 2. They're just so tanky, and they're not really slow enough in the context of like the game as a whole for it to hurt them all that much. And obviously you can carry more weapons on them. Imagine fighting a Next in AC6. I mean, Ibis is fairly close. Ibis kind of gives that feel, right? I did the Ibis fight this morning. I also may have recorded the Ibis fight on quad legs, which might have been a bad idea. But let me tell you, the footage looks pretty damn sweet. It took me a few more tries than it probably should have. Like, if I had just run a more normal build against it. But I may have run a quad leg build with the Ronsetsu RF, the single fire rifle from Chapter 1. And the footage looks pretty damn good. It was worth it, but I may have spent like 20 minutes more on Ibis than I needed to. Totally worth it though. Totally worth it. I pretty much just had to damage race Ibis. Man, I was playing for stagger. I used, it was Ronsetsu RFs, it was dual wielding them, and then dual songbirds on it as well, and quad legs. So it was a really weird setup for Ibis, but it looks pretty damn cool in the clips that I got where I'm actually like playing well with it. Those things have crazy stagger, by the way, those rifles. They build up stagger so fast, I never knew. I've used them a lot on my replay. But yeah, to answer the question, in case anyone else didn't outright say it, the Coral is completely exclusive to 6. It's a new thing. Man, they really just don't pay you for the arena in this game, huh? They really don't. To the rookie? You're progressing steadily, but soon your cocky attitude will have to face a reality check. Have fun while you can. Right, bastard. Have fun while you can, my ass. Doesn't that connect them to AC4? Well, I mean, it's just a feature, right? Like, it's just a gameplay thing. Because the assault armor doesn't, well, actually, no, it doesn't. It doesn't use Kojima, right? At the very least, it looks nothing like it's using Kojima in AC6. And it's never brought up at all. Like, Kojima particles are never mentioned in 6 either. So I think it's safe to say that they're not using them. But yeah, it's got like its own new like lightning effect that's very different from the old like little particle effect from Gen 5. Will be called Vin Diesel. I do like that they find a way, at least with Gen 4 and 5. I mean, I mentioned it in the 4 answer video. I like that they find a cheeky way to like kind of just extend the actual title of the base game. Like, they take 4 and turn it into 4 answer, and they take 5, which they use the numerals, so they take the V, and they just extend it by making it Verdict Day. It's cute. I like it. You don't see stuff like that very often. But it's got a little bit of sauce, right? There's a little touch of uniqueness is the word that came to mind, and I can't think of an alternative, so I'm just gonna act like I didn't even start that sentence. We're gonna ignore that one entirely. It didn't happen. I didn't say anything. Armored Core Village. I don't know what to buy next. I'm so torn. I kinda, you know, chat, hear me out. What if we didn't use bipeds for this playthrough? What if we didn't do a biped build? Because, like, I did a biped for like all of Gen 1. So, what if I didn't? What if I threw on some reverse joints? Would I want to go heavy or light? Reverse joints are like basically biped, but big jump, right? What would you call it? What would you want it to be about? I have no idea. I have no idea how you can follow up AC6's story, like, directly. Like, how do you do a sequel to that story in terms of, like, picking which ending is canon? And then, like, assuming they do what I would expect them to do, which would be picking the third ending. How do you follow up from that? Like, what even happened? What even went down in that story? Those heavy reverse joints are too strong. Are they really good? They're from Zeo Matrix. The reverse joints are really good. Heavy reverse joint it is. Will not be canon, I believe. I hope. It's like, what if... I feel like if they had to pick out of those 3 endings, I get the strong feeling that they would pick that one. If they had to. But I've also talked about before that, like, noticeably, whenever FromSoft has a game with multiple endings and they do a sequel to that game, which is rare in and of itself. Normally when FromSoft lets you choose your ending, they don't follow it up directly. They just say, like, any ending that you choose is canon, right? Normally they don't even follow it up directly if they let you choose the ending. They don't do a sequel. But when they have, in the case of, like, the Dark Souls trilogy, they separate those games by, like, hundreds of years. and they separate them in terms of like location. So I feel like even if they do follow up 6, which would be like storyline wise, I mean, they would probably do so in a way that it's not directly influenced by the story of AC6. DLC on New Game Plus 4. I've also said before that I think if they do DLC for AC6, I have more of a feeling that that they would do it as actual DLC rather than a standalone expansion. Because the last time that FromSoft did a standalone expansion was Verdict Day. Like, sure, it's tradition for the AC games, but clearly they have a more successful business model nowadays, so I don't even know if they're gonna keep that tradition. I'll keep it a buck. It would not shock me in the slightest if they added the DLC just into AC6, rather than doing a whole standalone game. Then you're actually killing ACs? I don't even know what the third ending means. I have no idea. That Age of Dark wasn't so bad, just a few decades, no big deal. No, hundreds of years. Like, I think Dark Souls 2, hold on. Let me just look up. How many years after Dark Souls 1 is Dark Souls? Or let's go with 3. 3 autofill. This guy is really saying 5-year gap because the games came out 5 years apart. Oh, here we go. Actual lore answer. This is like what FromSoft does when they do a direct follow-up with multiple endings, chat. Here's an example. From Dark Souls 1 to Dark Souls 3, it is believed that at least 1,000 years have passed in between, if not multiple thousands of years. Like, that's what FromSoft does when they do a sequel to a game with multiple endings. When they actually do follow it up canonically, they separate it by so much that, like, the games aren't even influencing one another story-wise, right? Because FromSoft doesn't like saying this ending is the one that actually happened. They've never done that. They just don't do that. So that's why I feel like following up 6 story-wise is going to be really weird. Because either they're going to do that and it won't be connected at all, or they're going to completely break like 20 years of their history, of their behavior. I don't know. You know what I mean? They'll break like a really long-standing trend of just not doing it, right? It'll be weird. Before I do a mission, I need a piss break. I need a piss break. Could be a prequel. It could be a prequel. It could be that, like, it could just be completely disconnected, right? It could take place on Earth. It could take place on another random planet that they make up. I feel like it's more likely that they won't do a direct follow-up storyline-wise. Anyway, I'm going to take a piss break real quick, because I've been here for like 2.5 hours chugging caffeine. So, feel free to get up, get a drink, snack, bathroom break yourself, whatever you got to do with a quick minute. And then I'll be back to continue. So I'll see you then. Alright, I'm back. And I just remembered, while I was pissing, that I sent the poll out for the next review series today, and I have not looked to see if things have changed at all. So, allow me to pull up the poll and take a quick look. I'll bring it over to the main monitor. Whoa, things have changed. Not in terms of the top 3 placement, but like votes have continued coming in. If you've been here and you've seen me look at this, it doesn't seem that different at a glance, but let me look. This is important. So Metal Gear has passed 100 votes. This is new as of today. As is Devil May Cry getting close to 100 votes is also new today. Whoa. Soulsborne is only 1 vote behind DMC as well. If you haven't been here for stream when I've talked about this, looking for the next series, it's like I'm really split between all of the top 3 for different reasons, like various reasons. I've been struggling to decide. Sorry, my preview on my second monitor still has the BRB screen up, and I was like, can they not see right now? Did I forget to flip back over? Anyway, Ace Combat will out of the top 3, I'm leaning towards Ace Combat the least, despite it being so far ahead in terms of votes. Only because I feel like it's too similar to Armored Core. I've talked about this. I don't want to get myself like kind of put in the corner, so to speak, in terms of like what kind of games I play and talk about on the channel. I want to keep some variety going. So Ace Combat, it's different. Like it's jets, but it's like kind of the same formula, just it's jets instead of mechs, right? Like it's arcade sim kind of thing. So I'm not sure, but it does have so many more votes that it keeps me like, maybe I'll do Ace Combat next. Metal Gear would be a really interesting one. Definitely. It's also, oh, let me also factor in a big thing for me. Ace Combat has a ton of games. Hold on. Let me pull up the wiki. Because this is definitely a factor, right? Is how long that series would take. Ace Combat has like, what is that, 9, 13, 14, like 15 games. It's about as many as Armored Core. But then it's like, do I want to be locked into the next series for like 4 months again? That's a genuine question. Like if I do decide Ace Combat, I'll be doing Ace Combat for a long time. What are the top 3 and 5? Ace Combat's at number 1. Sorry, the text will be kind of small. Let me zoom it in, actually. I'm glad that you asked so that I would realize that it's kind of small. There. Now it's real zoomed in. Ace Combat is at number 1 by a long shot. Metal Gear is second. And this is a thing too, right? Like you see everything below Ace Combat is pretty close in terms of votes. And then Ace Combat is just so far ahead, right? So far ahead. Metal Gear's up there. Metal Gear has what? There's like the 5 solid games, Rising, the 2 before it, so that's like 8, and then there's like Peace Walker. So there's like 9 of these games. So a Metal Gear series would take me a little over 2 months. Or actually about 2 months, yeah. And then Devil May Cry, also in the top 3. Not far behind Metal Gear. So about the same in terms of like interest, right? 5.1% versus 5.4. A little bit of difference, but not much. Devil May Cry has 6 games. Devil May Cry I've played is a difference here between like the top 2 and this one. These 2 I have not played. But Devil May Cry I've played. I know that I love Devil May Cry. There's 6 games. There's just 6 games for Devil May Cry. So this would be like the shortest of the 3. Essentially, in terms of like the amount of games and interest, like just comparing those, like length and interest, it is kind of screwed because it's like Ace Combat, most interest, but I'm locked in for the longest time. Metal Gear, middle of the road of the 3 in both interest and amount of games. Devil May Cry is like the riskiest, but also the shortest in terms of being locked in. Instead of me saying interest, let me say risk. Like, Ace Combat is the safe one, but I'll be doing it for like 4 months. Metal Gear is like moderate risk, moderate length. DMC would be short and sweet, only 6 videos, about a month and a half of work. But it's also the riskiest, right? Like, that's kind of just even the most basic way to look at the top 3. Ace Combat is equal to or greater than Metal Gear Rising, is equal to or greater than DMC, is equal to or greater than Ace Combat repeat for each week. Oh, you mean like cycle these each week? And that, I was gonna say that. I've thought about and talked about maybe doing more than 1. I don't think I would want to do 3. I think I would do 2 if I did do more than 1 at a time. But then, because I'm on like a once a week schedule, I don't like the idea of having 2 weeks between each video in a series, right? If that makes sense. Like, even 1 week at a time feels pretty much perfect. But like 2 weeks at a time. Right now with the release, it's true that like literally tomorrow the collection of old games is coming out on everything. I think literally all platforms, right? Whatever you're comfortable with. That's the thing. I'm trying to figure out what I'm comfortable with, and I've probably got like 3 or 4 days to figure that out while like working full time on the AC6 video to get it out to like patrons and stuff, right? Get it out early for them. Because like, yeah, I've got a week until it goes public, but I try to get the videos out for patrons by like Friday or Saturday, even though the videos go public on Monday. So I've got a few days, because it is like, as soon as I get the video done for patrons, I go right into the next one to keep the schedule up. If you don't say these games are perfect masterpieces, they will never leave you alone. To be fair, and I have enjoyed my time with the Armored Core community a lot. It's pretty, like, it's one of those communities where the majority of the community is super chill and, like, welcoming and all that, but there's a portion of the Armored Core community that, like, holy shit. Like, I have had dedicated hate watchers on the review series since, like, episode 1, like, since the AC1 video, who still come back every single week and, like, watch the videos. Like, you can tell when they comment that they actually watched the whole video, but they are literally just there to shit on the video. Like, in the comments. They are back every single week. I had a whole thing with Armored Core Twitter last week that I talked about on stream a little bit. I managed to strike a nerve on Armored Core Twitter with the AC5 video and get a certain side of them really riled up. Really pissed off last week. The Gen 5 videos have been fairly controversial, especially because I'm not saying they're terrible. So there are a lot of people that are like, how can you enjoy this trash? Like, there's that portion with, like, every gaming community. So I normally don't factor that in, but some are, like, really bad. Like, I might just not know, right? It's definitely possible. Because I have played a little bit of the original Metal Gear. And, like, I got criticisms. Definitely. I've played a little bit of Metal Gear Solid 1. I've got criticisms. Just, I've never completed a Metal Gear game. Actually, that's a lie. I completed this one. This is the only Metal Gear game I've played to completion. For obvious reasons. I've played Metal Gear Solid 1 and 3. I've started both of them, but never played more than a few hours. And I tried out the original once, just for a little bit. Like, I've dabbled in Metal Gear, but never really gotten into it properly. Devil May Cry, I've completed every game in the series. Ace Combat, I have never touched a single time in my life. It's an interesting hobby. Metal Gear Rising, yeah. It's just such a stupidly fun game. Like, I was like, that looks really fun. And I've tried the other games, but I've never really gotten into them, but I feel like I could play Metal Gear Rising. And the story definitely relies a ton on the older games, so I was a little lost with a lot of it. But, like, the game was really fun. I have to ask what happened here. How did Drakengard work its way into the top 5? How did this happen? Who voted for this? Oh, here, let me also... Just in case anyone is watching who hasn't voted on this, and they're sitting there quietly like, oh, I would like this game or that game or whatever. Just in case. They might be here, but they're just shy, you know? There's the link to the poll if you haven't voted on it before. There's other games that I'm, like, pleasantly surprised to see them get as high as they did. Like, Drakengard being that high is shocking to me, from what little I know about these games. I've also never touched any of these. Kingsfield and Soulsborne being so high, it's like, I'm playing FromSoft games. Those are FromSoft games. It just kind of makes sense. But other games, I talked about this a few days ago, that, like, there are a lot of games that got pretty high on the list that I'm just surprised there's this much crossover, like, with the Armored Core community. Like, Metroid having this much crossover surprises me a lot. Halo as well is, like, number 8, is it? Yeah, 8. Castlevania in the top 10. Zelda in the top 10. Resident Evil, when I first ran the poll, was like top 3 at a certain point. I think it was actually second place for a little bit, like on the very first day I put this poll out. Resident Evil has slowly fallen further and further behind. There's a lot, like every game on this list. Someone asked me once, they were like, how do you determine between like what you want and what fans want in terms of like series and stuff? I don't remember who asked me that on stream, but I said it then. Like, every game on this list was a game that I sat here and I thought, oh, I would do a series on this game. Like, that would probably be pretty interesting. With some of these, I kind of want to split them into smaller series. Like, I think now, looking back, I would just do Elder Scrolls or just do Fallout. Same with, like, Baldur's Gate, Mass Effect, Dragon Age, that sort of stuff. Like, some of these that I clumped together, I would probably separate now, just for, like, being more easily consumable. Because, like, these that are clumped together, it's like, yeah, these 3 are all so tied together that it feels right to do them as one series. Same with, like, the BioWare games. But that would be a really long series. And it probably gets a little less consumable if, like, maybe you're just a really big Mass Effect fan and you voted on it for that reason. But then there's all this, like, Baldur's Gate and KOTOR stuff leading up to it that you might not be as interested in, and then Dragon Age mixed in, stuff like that. I would probably separate these, looking back. Surprised no one voted for Call of Duty campaigns. I thought this was, like, a funny idea. To, like, actually sit down and seriously, critically look at the Call of Duty games. I thought this was a hilarious idea that clearly no one thought was as funny as I thought it was. I thought that this was a really funny idea, but no one else seems to agree. Gears of War, I think I said it out loud back when I started this poll. This was just here because I've been really, like, in my nostalgia and looking for a reason to go back and play God of War. Or, sorry, not God of War, Gears of War. I grew up playing Gears on 360 a lot, like, at friends' houses and stuff. So recently I've been in such a mood to, like, replay the Gears games, and I was like, well, I could justify doing nothing but, like, eat, sleep, breathe Gears of War for, like, a month and a half if I did a review series. Some COD campaigns are actually awesome, others are genuinely hilarious. Most just put me to sleep. I thought it would be really funny, but clearly no one else thought the joke was as good as I did. Someday it'll probably happen, though, because I think it's a really funny idea. Drakengard is interesting, I get it. It is interesting. I feel like some of those too, there are some games that got pretty high, not because people love to play those games, but because people find the games interesting. In a way, like, I can definitely see that, especially with, like, Kingsfield being, like, number 6. there's no way that that many Armored Core fans have played Kingsfield, but there's probably like a large portion of people who are like, I would enjoy watching videos about Kingsfield, even if I don't want to play it myself, right? Like, I get that with some games for sure, and Drakengard might be one of those.
Please attack Geomatrix's energy collection facility.
But that being said, people do love Nier Automata. That probably is also a big influence on it.
The target is the Rectenna installation in the Hellas Plain. Solar devices blanket the area, collecting sunlight and converting it into energy for use in the major Martian cities. The
I remember
goal
this mission.
is to undermine the public trust in Geomatrix by destroying their ability to supply a necessary commodity, power. Destroy the facility and all Rectenna devices. The facility
eventually
is
sync up my
guarded by
playthroughs of each
cannons and
game
a
with your weekly
squadron of
videos.
fighter planes. Therefore, we will be attacking at night, when we should encounter less resistance.
God, I love him.
We will also be assembling an MT support team to provide you with cover. Failure is not an option. As a Raven, I'm sure you understand.
God. Are bad words allowed? Oh yeah, have you heard me talk? In videos, I sound so much more well-spoken, right? You come into stream and I'm like stuttering and swearing every third sentence. I love the way that he rolls his R's.
We've
Why does he
arrived at
do
the
that?
target area. Commencing AC drop.
Me and one of my probably my best content creator friend, right? Bot censorship. No, so the bot, when it says foul language,
MT platoon
it's
supplied
the
by
bot
our
is there to
client
protect
with
against
no
like
effects on this
slurs,
mission.
like just words that it's not even like swear word. It's just like
They're
there's no
unarmed,
reason for
so they're
this
not
sort of words, right?
Use them to your advantage.
Like you see people randomly get bonked for foul language when they didn't say anything weird. It's the letter thing. I've explained it before, but I know a lot of people just aren't here when I explain why that happens. When it comes to the singular letters, people, well, you know, the sort of people that would look into figuring this out have figured out over time that, like, YouTube can auto-moderate most bad words that they don't want in chats and stuff. But they're really bad at moderating if you just type a single letter at a time and press enter. So there's a lot of like spam on YouTube where people will come into chats and like spam slurs one letter at a time. So the bot has like some letters that if you just send the letter on its own, it will clear the message just to protect against stuff like that. And it can be really annoying because, like, there are contexts in which people send just one letter at a time. Or just, like, type the letter G on its own or whatever. But it's better to, like, filter out the nasty shit and then have, like, a slightly annoying bot than the alternative, for me. It makes things a lot easier on me and mods that way. Sorry, me and, like, my closest creator friend, privately and publicly, because I go on her stream frequently to, like, play stuff on there. We privately and publicly have been joking for weeks, ever since I started doing the polls and stuff, about how my channel has peaked, and the AC6 video is gonna be, like, my final... Yeah, there it is. My final hurrah. And, everyone immediately proceeds to send just individual letters and get bonked by the bot. Sorry, I'm laughing. We've been joking that, like, I haven't written the script, but I have, like, my notes, right, for the AC6 video while I'm playing and, like, taking notes. And I have in my notes that I want to, like, make a joke near the beginning of the video about sending the channel out with a bang and using the Sergeant Johnson clip from Halo 3. F? I think F is safe. Is it? I think it is. Oh yeah, F is safe because it could get spammed for slurs, right? But press F to pay respects is such a universal meme that I think I did have F set up in the bot to get cleared, but then I was like, wait, I can't ban the letter F in a gaming community. The clip where, no, not the clip where the elite grabs his ass, as great as that is. No, the clip of him saying, "Send me out with a bang" to Chief. I'm like, I need to find a way to work this into like the intro of the video as a joke. Trying to take our jobs. Well, it's definitely better to have the bot clear it. Because, like, Jess, you've been here when it's happened, right? Like, most of the time, when people do, like, fixate on chat to do that, they also have, like, 10 different accounts, and as soon as we ban one, the next one pops up. Like, they come prepared, right? So that part's the biggest bang in the series. Yeah, big explosion right after he says that. Which is perfect, but... that one time, yeah, whenever it happens, it just, like, it's like a 10-minute event, right? What if you type 2 at the same time? Son of a bitch. How did I not think of this? I'm opening the bot. Son of a bitch. Where is the black? Ah, there it is. There's the blacklist. Okay. What's the... we don't need to test. Because it'll work. I'm just adding more terms to the list, to like the code that already works. It doesn't work? Because that one's not in there yet. I don't think I could ban FA in my chat because for answer exists. I don't think that I can ban that one in my chat. I thought about it, I was literally about to type it, and then I had to second guess. Because even just today, the amount of FA talk. There. That's actually clever. If anyone thinks that far ahead now, the bot will get them. I did add OT. I did. I've been waiting for someone to put the reverb fart sound effect over the choral explosion in Fires of Raven. Son of a bitch. Oh, whoa. I just deleted like a portion of my notes. I definitely didn't just open my script notes and write that one down. I definitely did not just immediately write that one down before I forgot about it. Absolutely, I would never. That would be childish of me, right? That would just be immature. What headpiece do I want? Sort out the timer. The timer will take like 5 minutes. I'll do that better. Make them say 4A. I can probably add it to the blacklist like after the Armored Core series is done. Because it should slow down a bit after that. Ideally, if the transition works the way that, you know, it's like best case scenario for the transition, well, theoretical best case scenario is like everyone who watches the Armored Core videos stays and watches whatever game I do next just because they like me so much. But realistic, like, best case scenario for the transition is, what's it? Like, a lot of people hang around after the series is done and watch whatever's next and all that. But then also, the next series, with, like, the foundation that I bring over from the Armored Core videos, hits, like, the next gaming community really well. And the community suddenly becomes, like, part Armored Core, part Ace Combat. Not saying I'm doing an Ace Combat. I'm just... Actually, there's so much crossover there. Let's say Devil May Cry. It's, like, the lowest of the top 3, right? We get, like, an even split beyond that point. Where there will be, like, people who just really like the videos, people who really like Armored Core and really like Devil May Cry, and just people who show up from the Devil May Cry stuff. I'm out after this. It was nice knowing you, though. Damn. Damn.
This is an emergency.
Here for the
Disorder
beard.
units have been discovered in the 17th district of the underground high-speed railway. I'm requesting your services to eliminate them.
I could do that.
Disorder units are unmanned, armored weapons of unknown origin. They've appeared in many places throughout Mars and have caused severe damage in the cities and facilities.
Also like AC, not AC,
This
not
railway
AC,
is part
or
of a critical
AC,
transport network on
or
Mars.
AC.
Should this get out of hand, the economic repercussions would be immense. The situation requires immediate attention.
It's a magnificent beard. It's too long.
The LCC is currently handling other issues. Therefore, we've decided that hiring a Raven is the best course of action. Please, we cannot let these
I didn't mean to
weapons
do that.
of unknown origin hinder progress on Mars. Failure is not an option.
Yeah, how many ACs are there in games, right? There's Armored Core, there's Ace Combat, there's Animal Crossing, there's Assassin's Creed, there's... I know there's a 5th one. I know that I'm forgetting one.
System engaged.
Hold on. Pause the emulator, not the game. I know there's one I'm forgetting. Oh, Assetto Corsa! Assetto Corsa. Astral Chain. I know that one. There's apparently another game called Asheron's Call that I've just never heard of. And there's also one called Armor Class that I've never heard of. But point is, there's like 6 gaming franchises that I have heard of that are all abbreviated to AC.
Be prepared for multiple targets.
Prior to me doing the Armored Core series, whenever I read AC, and even for like the first few videos, I always read it as Assassin's Creed. That was my assumption. Whenever I would see that abbreviation, I would think Assassin's Creed before anything else. Now my brain has been like rewired, clearly. Grow it out and become a dwarf. My hair is not red, for the record. Like, literally the other day, right? I'm getting my hair cut at my barber, like, 3 days ago. And, sorry, I'm getting shot at. These guys just aren't very threatening. I'm getting my hair cut at my barber. And I'm looking down, right? Like, he tilts my head down because he's cleaning up the back. And I'm looking at all of my, like, cut hair in my lap, / just, like, on the thing, right? Whatever the thing is called, the sheet that they put around you. I don't even know what to call that. But I'm looking down at it, and there's 2 distinct colors, right? And I've talked about this on stream, and no one believes me because of the lighting in this room. Everyone thinks I'm a redhead. But it's either that the hair is like a dark brown, or not a dark brown, probably like a middle of the road brown. When I say dark brown, you think like almost black, right? So not that dark, but like brown, or it is like white, like so blonde that there is just no color in it. It's one or the other. Sitting in front of me, dirty blonde. I am dirty blonde. I've been saying it. No one believes it. Because the lighting in here, I only have yellow lights in this room. So it makes my hair look more like orangish. just because that's the color that all the lights in this room are. So it makes me look ginger. I'm not. My hair has gotten darker as I've gotten older, though. Whereas, like, when I was a kid, my hair was, like, blonde. Like, you ever seen the kids that are, like, so blonde that their hair is just white, pretty much? Like that. That was me as a kid. And then I got a little older, and it was, like, blonde, but just not that bright. And then it kind of got darker and darker and darker. And just over time, like, it's just kind of shifting towards, like, a brown color now. It's kind of just getting to the point where it might as well just be brown. I'm really not sure about the headpiece. I kind of like the way this one looks. I'm looking for, yeah, all the extra stuff, right? This one does have a biosensor. It has an area memory map. Might go with this one. This head is good. I used this head so much, I kind of just don't want to use it again. Just for the sake of variety. Looks like White Glint's head. That pushed it over the ledge. Can you stash things in your beard? I've talked about, like, it makes my head look big. And people always were like, what do you mean it makes your head look big? You don't understand. Like, my chin ends here. And then the beard just comes down, and it makes my head look really round also. Because, like, it grows out a little bit, too, right? It's puffy. Like, my face is not that wide. It's not. I'm not losing hair. You just can't see them. I gotta email Keeps, tell them, like, hey, look, you guys, you don't even gotta pay me. Just give me free treatment. I'll plug your shit in every video. You see these Armored Core videos? Look at the views. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, you gotta trust me, man. I'm the guy you need. I also use this core a lot. This core has orbits, right? Am I wrong about that? Too late for me. There's a mission that you need the level 5 hacking head for the secret part. Sorry, hacking head? Oh my god. Hacking function? Orbits were 3rd and on? Oh. They weren't in 2? Like, at all? Wait a second. I think you're right now that you say it. But whoa. Slow down. Hold on. Actually, no. I'll stick with the head that I just bought. I'll stick with it. And I think... I kind of want to go with this one. But at the same time, it's like, I know that I'm doing a heavyweight reverse joint. So going with the mobile, it feels like it's wrong. I probably do have to go with this. It just only makes sense. Even though I used that core so much when I played the first time, it's kind of just the correct answer. It means I'm getting stronger. Second gen has back orbits, but not core. Oh, that's why I thought... Okay, thank you. I was like, I swear, I thought orbits were in Gen 2. Emerald is Earth's largest corporation, but it's a step behind Zeomatrix as far as expansion into Mars is concerned. Of course, Emerald isn't satisfied with this situation, and they're gradually strengthening their power base on Mars through drastic measures. An aggressive attitude is what has made Emerald #1 on Earth. Their greed and ruthlessness is a prime example of corporations as a whole. We will contact you again. That one threw me for a loop. Saw your review for a little bit. A little bit? A little bit? Hold on. Let me... Chat, give me a second. I'm gonna reply to this guy midstream. This guy's asking about Earth Defense Force, and I saw it, and I wanted to reply, and then I said I'm not going to, and then I saw it again when I looked over, and now I just have to reply. I can't help myself. All that I know about Earth Defense Force is that I've seen a friend of mine stream it once for like 3 hours, and it looked like such a stupid, fun game. Like one of those games that just does not take itself seriously, but like that's kind of the charm. It looks so much like something that I would enjoy. Oh, I already saved after that mission. It's a lovely game. Yeah, a few people have asked about it when I've been sending this poll out. They are not the first person to be like, have you heard of Earth Defense Force? Oh shit, that scared me for a second. I forgot about the... There we go. Good mobility for a Caterpillar-based AC. The pilot prefers to attack from the rear and does not fare well in head-on battles. He goes nuts when pressured. You know, out of any incremental improvement throughout the franchise, I'm just glad that we moved on from calling them Caterpillar legs, personally. I'm really glad that we got out of that. Whoa, the jump. Okay, so Gen 2 is still like, you need to sit still for the big hop. What gen did that change? Does anyone know? EDF with mechs. I've never played EDF, but I do want to play the new one. Is 5 the new one? I think that's what they were playing. It was her and another mutual friend of ours. And it looked like it was something that would be up my alley. I like a stupid, fun game, right? The Caterpillar is funny. Okay, it is funny. It was Gen 3. Okay, so Gen 3 is when you could start boosting and getting the jump bonus. Just to clarify, because I also brought up the Caterpillar thing. I would love to change up my gun too, but I forgot how tight the economy is in AC2. Nothing beats the wheelchair. Oh, you still had to do it in Gen 3. Okay. So, Nexus, then? Completely forgot they used to call tank legs Caterpillars. Yeah, I noticed it again in Master of... yeah, it was in Gen 1. In Master of Arena was where I noticed it, but... I noticed it in Gen 1, and I was just like, oh yeah, Caterpillar legs. All of Gen 3, damn. And then they weren't in 4, were they? Correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think, if they were, I never used them in Gen 4. They might have been there, and I just skipped out on them. But I don't think reverse joints were even in Gen 4. This economy is reminding me of Verdict Day, where I'm just like, I can't afford anything. I'm absolutely broke. Verdict Day, it was a whole different problem. Like, the missions and stuff are paying out well here, but the items are just expensive. Verdict Day is like, the costs are so crippling that I just couldn't make money. He has the skills to go higher, but likes breaking in newcomers with potential, so he stays where he is. His AC is designed to inflict pain and sorrow on the weak. Warehound was a bitch for me. Oh, hold on. I don't want to change the interlacing yet. Oh, we've done all the maps already? Is my mic picking up my stomach growling? Is that happening? Because holy shit, it's loud. They're stupid expensive in 5? Dude, they are so expensive in 5. Okay, I might have just been bad at the game still when I was playing AC2 for the first time. Oh wait, no, he's out damaging me. Never mind. I was like, I mean, so far so good, but then I looked at the numbers. Come on. I need to keep a consistent line of fire. Come on. Maybe I was bad. Maybe I'm just getting good RNG. I don't know what's going on. I might have still just been getting used to the controls. It's entirely possible. Because Warehound, this guy took me a good bit. I think I might have just been bad. Will the overheat kill him? Nope, of course not. 8 AP. No reloading. I think reloading is fine. I'm not super bothered by it. It's nice to not have to. But... So he's an AC6 boss. I never hear the things you're afraid the mic heard. Okay, so the noise gate does its job, is what I'm hearing. Because I can hear my stomach growling through my headphones. I don't know why, but apparently I'm really hungry today. I have no idea why. I had some nice breakfast tacos this morning. His AC isn't very high quality, but its missile-based attacks are impressive. Long-range skirmishes are his strength, and he never forgets those he has lost to. We just keep cycling the maps. How's it going? It's going pretty good. Hello, Rowan. Forgot how expensive everything was in AC2. But I got a comment on the Verdict Day video this morning where someone was like, I kind of wish that more of the AC games were like really hard to manage the costs in. Because I like needing to like put together a build on a budget, right? Like I like the problem solving aspect. And I think I even said that back when I played AC2. At least I thought it like a while back. I don't know, I might have said that in an old video. But I guess I got so used to being able to build what I want. Repair costs in this game are kind of severe. I remember the ammo costs being the crazy thing in AC2, but maybe I'm misremembering. Verdict Day, the repair costs were insane. Like, they were bad in 5, but 5 was just a way easier game. In Verdict Day, I was broke for, like, genuinely, I mean, the clip is in there, of me being, like, 200,000 credits in debt. I was so broke at one point in Verdict Day that I had to, like, sell all my old parts to be able to start making new builds again. It was bad. Influences what you invest in? Yeah. I do like the budgeting. But I just got so used to, being able to build... Like, I said earlier that while I'm like, near the end of AC6 recording it right now. And, like... I have 11 builds. And I own the parts for all of those builds by just playing through every mission once and playing every arena battle once. And I'm probably gonna make a couple more before the end still. Just for, like, variety in the footage, right? Love this game, but I never even finished the story. It's worth it. Go back. Make repairs and ammo costs optional. So if you wanted, you could try to save money by not buying ammo or repairing. Oh, that would actually be sweet. Like just asking you if you wanted to refill it after a mission. That could work. I could see that. To be honest, I could definitely see that working. I still need like 30 grand more for that core, and I want it. It's just so expensive. AC6 has no economy. It does not. So I can watch your 6 review without worrying about spoilers? Do it. It's worth it. If you have not finished 6, you've got a week. Oh no. Oh god damn it. There's a hotkey for the aspect ratio. There we go. A Raven who likes to stand out, as can be seen by taking one look at his AC. His fighting style is quite erratic, but even he gets lucky sometimes. He definitely won't get lucky against me. Absolutely not. It changed so much stuff. Just having that decision there would change the game a lot. Especially because, like, if you chose not to, and then you, like, saved your game, right? Unless you just put the option in the menu, like, between missions to do it after the fact. Like, to change your mind if you get stuck. You'd pretty much be stuck into that decision for the next mission, right? Okay, I might need a new FCS. I might be feeling it with this guy. Like, I don't want to fly into his missiles, but I have to. And he's got a shotgun. I might need a new FCS. Come on, machine gun, do your thing. It's working slowly, but surely. Come on. You can do it. Beautiful. Thrice even, it's worth every minute for me. I really did enjoy playing it through 3 times for stream. Because it's like, it's one of those games that, like, just the gameplay on its own is so enjoyable that you can just kind of sit there and play it, and play it, and play it, and play it. And then all of a sudden, you have 60 hours played on Steam, and everyone knows that you've been no-lifing Armored Core 6 for, like, the whole week after it came out. And it's like a little embarrassing, but at the same time, it was worth it. Anyone else have this experience? It couldn't just be me. Had my favorite mission in this game. I like a lot of the maps in AC2, actually. Now that I'm playing on them again, I'm like, oh, this map. Oh, to the rookie? Oh, I missed this a while ago. Don't get too cocky because you beat me. Only a select few can win and actually keep their ranking. It's not uncommon to see skilled pilots lose their footing. It's all part of life in the arena. The higher you climb, the more disappointed you'll be when you fall. Remember that? Congratulations on your advancement in the arena. Please accept this AC part as a gift. We hope that your success in the arena will continue. This shit right here. This shit. My guy really said, we gave you a part. Hope you like it. What did you give me? Because now I have to go and look for whatever they gave me. I have no idea what they gave me. I got no clue. It's not that. It's not arms. Not legs. Not a booster. Not an FCS. Not a generator. Come on. Somewhere. Did they give me an optional part? They did. Increases braking capacity. Feels like old AC games have a lot more pilots. It's true. I think Project Phantasma's ladder is 50. And this game is 50. I don't remember how many AC3 had. AC3 felt like it had a lot. My friends making fun of me for playing like 50 hours of 6 when it came out, and then I slowly started seeing them all buy it and complete 3 playthroughs. It's one of those games. Like, the RE4 remake earlier this year was one for me, where I was doing videos about RE4, so I was grinding the shit out of it for, like, info and stuff. But, like, I played, like, how many hours do I have on Steam? Give me a second. Let me check my RE4 remake hours real quick. I have 79 hours in the RE4 remake. And to be fair, 8 of those are when the DLC came out. So I played like 70 hours of RE4 as well this year. Because it came out and I was just like, oh my god, he balls. Yeah, I forget that new people do not know about my Steam account. Balls is a long-running meme. I made it my name on Steam once, and everyone thought it was funny, so I've just left it like that for like a year now. Anyway, an AC engineer who joins the arena to conduct research. He claims his AC and tactics are based on logical calculations. His performance, however, doesn't reflect this. Damn. Balls has also become a meme in like the live stream chats of like friends of mine. Because whenever I'll go on someone else's stream, my name in game will be Balls. So it kind of is like a joke even just outside of my own channel at this point. It's the dumbest thing to catch on for me. T2 engineer? T2. When you say T2, I think Terminator 2. Is that what we're talking about? I need to rewatch Terminator 2. It's been so many years since I've seen that movie. What a movie. When James Cameron knew what he was doing. Actually, I don't know if he ever did know what he was doing. He might have just gotten lucky if we're being honest. But it seems like he knew what he was doing. AC6 Arena is worse because of repair kits. Just never lasts. Oh, for a second I was like, you don't even get to use the but then, yeah, because the fights go so quickly. I get that. That's interesting. I never even considered that that was part of why AC6's Arena might be too easy. But now I'm thinking. And it's interesting. The TF2 engineer, he's here to solve practical problems. I don't know my TF2 memes. I played TF2 a little bit when I was a kid. Yeah, because the game is so balanced around the repair kits, they take them away for the arena, and then the fights are just like, they're just over so fast. I never even thought about that. 60,000 is still not enough. Looking back, it wasn't quite as satisfying. Yeah, the AC6 Arena left a lot to be desired for me as well, because, you know, the meme of me being the arena guy is very real. The arena is just my favorite part of every AC game that has it, pretty much, aside from, like, Nexus, which in that case, I'm just like, what the fuck happened here?
We request that you attack the Zeomatrix transport vehicle.
Is this the Zeomatrix guy doing the LCC stuff too? Why is he...
The target is a lightly armed transport vehicle. According to our report, they'll be traveling on the T20 highway. This route is different from the one normally used. The vehicle is probably transporting
It's a double
information on a newly developed technology. Capture the cargo and bring it to us. If this is not possible, destroy them both. The transport's destruction is the minimum requirement for this mission. That is all.
Hold on. Hold on. H-Tech had one dude voicing the briefings. He just tried to do different accents, but then sometimes he gets them mixed up and randomly does the Zeo Matrix one as the LLC guy. Or LCC. Sorry, how did I even get that one mixed up? Hold on. I'm looking for whatever's got the most oomph behind it. It's that one. Oh. You know what I can do? I can sell my old boosters. Oh, I couldn't even afford it. Could I? I'm gonna need some speed for this one. I wouldn't be able to afford it. Oh, I could sell my old rifle too. Man, we're roughing it out here. But we'll make it work. Anything else? My old head and legs. Because I'm probably gonna need a generator too, if we're being honest. I'm probably gonna need it. That gives me a good bit more cash. And then I can get the crazy output boosters. And oh yeah, generator. That's the one. That's just the one. Hold on. Okay, I equipped the booster. Get the new generator in. Yeah, it's got better max capacity, energy output, and a smaller red zone. You can sell stuff without unequipping them. Bro, the quality of life used to be better. Because sometimes I mean to sell something that I have equipped and I know what I'm doing. Like, I get why they don't let you do it. But you could also just, like, give a warning and be like, are you sure? Because you have this equipped right now. And then it would be fine. That was, I think it was Armored Core 3 that started not allowing you to do that, right? I think that was actually one of the reasons I complained about the menus in AC3 being worse.
Leaving the area of operations.
One of these voice actors is the main character in Deadly Premonition. Wait, actually?
Main system.
Have room temperature IQ. It's not even that. It is genuinely just that, like, 90% of people who consume video games are the guys who are like, oh, I'll play for like an hour a week on a Saturday night while I sip a beer. Like, that is like the vast majority of consumers in the games industry. Like, us who hang out and talk about games on YouTube, we're like 10% of the total market, if even. Like, we're a very small portion of it. Most people that play games just aren't like that. God, these boosters are crazy. I'm hitting the walls. We're professional gamers. Yeah. It was one of the things that when I was in university for design, like, every professor really tries to nail that into you. It's like, you are not making games for people like you. Because if you do that, everyone will hate your game. Like, you will make a game that no one likes. Well, that people like, but not that will sell. Like, not a game that will, you know, make you a living. Like, you can always develop games that have stuff that will appeal to people like you, of course. But, like, you gotta understand that the major majority of gaming consumers are like, they barely play games. And even if they do, it's like a couple hours here and there. I thought 18-year-olds with no responsibilities and play a shitload were like half the demographic. It's true if you're like COD or Apex or Fortnite or something like that. That can be the case. But still, most of the time, not even that. I make them for me. I'm not planning on making money. Yeah, when you're going into it like as a career, all the guys who have been doing it for a long time are like, you need to make games that are easy for like people who barely play games to play. Casual, regular gamer. It has been confirmed that the item Zeomatrix was transporting was a disorder unit. It is thought to be a previously unknown type. Where and how is Zeomatrix capturing disorders, and why are they transporting them? Something is going on. We'll let you know if we find out anything new. Where's the flack for testers coming from? To be honest, most testers are people who want to get into development, and they're trying to get like their foot in the door. That's a really large portion of people who are doing QA testing and UX testing and stuff like that. New AC parts have been added to our line. Ooh. These new products are the realization of our philosophy. More power to more people. Please see the shop for details. We emphasize that weapons are nothing more than weapons. There's no need for fancy features, unbalanced power, or flashy designs. As long as they perform their task, that's enough. Good weapons are weapons that can be used by many people. People who just can't play games then? What? No, it's like people trying to get into dev. Normally testers are very, very hardcore gamers. Like all of the testers that we had when I was working were people who were like just trying to get some stuff on their resume so that they can like get into the industry properly. Because it is like, it's something that you don't really need credentials for. It's like if you can pick up a controller and you've played a game before, you can be a game tester. Good games are games that can be played by many people. Yes. I've said it before, but like stuff like that is why I was so hard on the control scheme in the old games. Because it's like, I could not recommend the old gen games to really, if we're being honest, just about anyone. Like outside of like the most hardcore gamers, right? Like, I really can't recommend old gen AC to most people. Just because the controls will be such a barrier that they will bounce in like less than 30 minutes. Controls aren't about how they play once you've invested like 50 hours into them. Controls are about like the skill floor, not the skill ceiling, right? Like how easy is it for you to like pick up the game and do the stuff the game wants you to do? Like that's what makes a good or a bad control scheme. Not the ceiling, the floor. What I learned was to focus on a few things hardcore players wanted, but make it easy to pick up for new players. Yeah. Which is why I think AC6 is like amazing at that. I know a lot of people feel like AC6 dumbed stuff down that didn't need to be. But when you look at it as like, we're trying to get people interested in Armored Core, it's designed perfectly for that, and it worked. Like, look at the sales, right? It sold like 1.5 million in its first week, which isn't like anything shattering the industry. But compare that to any previous Armored Core game. It blew them all out of the water, right? And I don't think it's just because of Souls, because like people enjoyed the game too. Like it landed well, which never really happened for AC outside of like certain circles before. Percentage of people who got an ending in 6 is really high. Yeah. Like a lot of people actually played 6 and like really enjoyed it. And I mean, even just bought it in the first place, right? That's normally the biggest barrier. A lot of early games, like the first AC games, were held back by a poor design philosophy. No. But I think that the reason the games... Well, actually, yeah. Yeah. I wouldn't say that they're held back by poor philosophy in terms of... like, the game is bad. But what was about to leave my mouth was I was going to say, but I think the industry then was nowhere near as big as it is now. And so, like, yeah, actually. Because the industry definitely grew once, 6 is a short game. It took me 20 hours. Like, just one front to back run. Like, my first playthrough. My playthrough right now is not taking me that long, but, like, it's because I'm not dying. It's because I'm not spending as long, like, looking at numbers, trying to figure out my builds. My first run of 6 was, like, a good 20 hours. Short game? 20 hours is not short. The average single-player game is 8 to 10. 20 hours is a pretty sizable game, especially a game that encourages 3 full playthroughs, right? Verdict answer. Where they add in more part variety and bring back proper tuning. And it'll probably, I mean, as the expansions normally are, be more difficult. So I need... Actually, hold on. Where... How much does my core sell for? 62? Goodbye, old core. I think I just cycled back to sell by accident. Hello, heavy core. Where is it? This one. Beautiful. Still very young. I mean, I say it all the time. Like, the home console industry, as we understand it now, is like 40 years old. Not even. It's 38 years old. Or sorry, 39. 39 now. It's 39 years old. The home console industry, in a modern sense, was born in 84. So, it is really young. And definitely, like, those first 20 years or so, games were kind of hard to get into. Like, even now, people who play a ton of games nowadays, they try to go back to, what's it called? To, like, 90s games. And they bounce, because they're like, this is so hard to get into and, like, figure out what's going on and how to play. Like, even hardcore gamers nowadays just generally don't like to go back and play old games because they feel so confused. So, it's weird, because at first I was going to say no to the design philosophy thing, but then I thought about it, and it was like, wait a minute, actually, yes, I do think that. But also, hello, Kyo, don't worry about it. You don't have to be here, chat. Self-proclaimed messiah bent on saving ravens, he feels are possessed. His heavily armed AC lacks mobility, but easily defeats mediocre opponents. We'll see about that. Well, I guess I'm not a mediocre opponent, am I? We won't see about that. With thick manuals? Yeah, which, you know, you play nowadays, and it's like... Most people buy digital, even going back to play old stuff, so you just don't get the manual, right? And even when I was a kid, I did not read those manuals. No way I was reading those manuals when I was like a kid. It's explained to you in a book. It's so weird to look back on. That games used to teach you how to play by literally just writing like a small book about it and including it with your copy, you know? Like, it's so weird to look back at that compared to nowadays. Like, what's become standard now, where it's like, oh, you teach the game either through like a straight up tutorial, or you like slowly roll out mechanics through like the first 30 minutes to an hour of the game, and like set up part of your level or whatever to like teach that mechanic one at a time, give them hands-on experience with it, show them how it works. And now, you know, you look back and it's like, we used to just give you a fucking book. If you didn't read the book, you were just figuring it out. You were running blind. Manuals were cool. Manuals are cool. One of the coolest manuals that I've read, like going back to play old games recently, not recently, like a couple years ago, was the original Metroid manual. Is actually really sweet. The NES one. When I played that, I read that manual, and it was actually really dope. They had so much like artwork and lore and stuff like that, just in the manual. They had a map of the game world in the manual. I read KOTOR manual front to back. KOTOR had a really cool one. I have my disc for that somewhere. I have an Xbox copy from when I was a kid. I think it'd hurt my disposition of those games. Give it to me raw. Well, I mean, even Modern Souls, they do have like a tutorial, but it doesn't feel too hand-holdy, right? Like, it's so minimal in terms of being a tutorial. I feel like the new Souls games get it pretty right, where they aren't like spending a whole 10 to 20 minutes teaching you it, but they just let you play the game, and here and there there's like a note on the ground, and it's just like, press this button to do this. And then you can do it, or you don't have to. I'm sure a lot of people just run past the notes the first time anyway, if we're being honest. Why people don't like old games? I read the manual and half the people say stuff, or half of the stuff people say doesn't pop up. Well, yeah, I mean, a lot of people just going back. I'm afraid I'll have to unsubscribe and tell you 100%. It's not happening. Dude, the amount of copyright issues on yesterday's stream, mind-blowing. I didn't think Lego Batman would be such a copyright nightmare. Armored Core 6 giving you the tutorials after the first boss was funny. I didn't even think about that. They do teach a lot of the mechanics after the intro boss, don't they? Youngest of two brothers famous in the arena. Having been compared to his older brother all his life, he's become extremely competitive. He hates his older brother. Damn. I mean, you could just like work on it, you know, get better if it upsets you that much. Skill issue and all that. This machine gun is so good that I'm gonna have a hard time unequipping it. Like, it doesn't do anything insane, but it's a machine gun with some solid heat damage and 1,000 rounds. I was about to die. When I first played 6, like on stream, when it came out, I think I died like 2 or 3 times to the helicopter. Like, it wasn't insane, but it did kill me a couple times. Why are you running all over the place? Are we at the point where the ACs in the arena actually move, like, a lot? It seems like we're getting there. Like, he's flying, which is not common this low. Missiles? Who needs missiles? Actually, I should buy that multi-missile launcher that I know I love in AC2. That thing is so good. Man, where are you going? You're going to leave the map. He seems aware of the map boundaries, at least. We're not playing AC4 here. The amount of pilots that flew out of the map in AC4 for me was actually insane. Oh god. Jesus Christ. Get back here. Cheeky bastard. I'm not equipped to handle you. I'm heavy. I've only got a basic ass SMG. Come on, tell me that's a heat. Okay, that is overheated. I have small missiles, but they're terrible. Hit the bastard. Forget that you have to hold it for so long for it to like actually start tracking properly. Oh, I'm out. And missile, not for the win. Hold on. We give it another go. The heat didn't kill him. God damn it. I was like, the heat might do it. Dodge this. Okay, we might have to use the sword. Oh, he ran out. He did it. He did it. Wasn't the ring out thing on 4 answer? Oh, it might have been. I thought it was 4. Maybe it was. Several enemies just walked out. Yeah, he did it there. He did just walk out at 35. Really didn't like the missiles. I don't know why. They weren't even getting close to him. You can bait some of them into leaving the arena and losing because they start the fight by overboosting. Okay, we're getting to the point where, like, the pay for the arena is... I mean, it's like minimum wage at this point. It's not great, but it's enough that I can just get by. This is ridiculously expensive. I remember that much. Maybe... Actually, hold on, my arms, right? I haven't changed arms yet. Really? I guess I just go for, like, recoil control and, like, AP and stuff, right? Wow. These are the arms. I need, like, 10k more. But those are the arms. I found them. Flip burgers and get parts. Yep. Oh, I forget every time. A salesman who joined the arena in order to hawk his wares. He hopes to drum up sales by putting his very best parts on display for potential customers. The AC2 bios are just the best ones. They never did better than this. Is everything a metaphor for capitalism? Pretty much, honestly. You're not far off. He has the FCS disabling shit. Working hard out here. We're just trying to get some money, man. I need these parts. It's rough out here. Come on. This guy's easy when he doesn't disable the FCS. Ah, shit. I had to say something. I just had to open my mouth. Yeah, this machine gun does it. This machine gun definitely does it. AC4 was the one you discovered the arena late. Oh, that's right. 4 answer was where they flew out. I think that is right. Hover legs suck except in Gen 3, where you can drown. I mean... Yeah. Yeah. I like hovers as like a novelty leg. I feel bad trashing them. But kind of. Oh wait, didn't I need like 56 and I have 55? It was the last one before I needed 57, of course. Of course I needed 57. Alright, funnel. Every time, I forget. A raven who speaks of the restoration of Earth. He accepts donations from supporters, but it isn't known where the money goes. He does use expensive parts, though. Oh wait, did I not finish my thought when I said I gotta say Gen 2? I was gonna say they have the best arena bios if I didn't finish it. They never wrote funnier bios than these. Oh, okay. It's just, why'd they put the enter key there? Am I right? I thought maybe I didn't finish my thought. I was like, uh-oh. Ooh. Oh, he has the missile boat. No. That shit hurts. God, this generator booster combo, kind of sweet. I'm not gonna lie. This works. This is basically, I think this just is infinite flight. Is it not? Like, how am I going to fall? I'm not going to. I have infinite flight already. I've done it. It was not hard. I can fly all I want. Not the best or worst, but it's unique. I really like the soundtrack in 2. Probably just because it is so... It's unique. I also... Groovy? Like, I could jam to this while playing the game. It's not like it's one that I would listen to on its own. But, like... It fits when you're playing the game. Or you use a mech to work on a farm by day, run a fast food restaurant by night, and get attacked by rival franchises with their own food-themed AC. No? It could work. One of the human plus traits doesn't carry over to another age. Does it not? That would be weird. I wonder if it's just like an oversight? Potentially? Like, or not an oversight, but maybe a bug even? Because there's... It would be interesting. Honestly... I'll probably transfer save for another age. It would just be painful otherwise, I feel like. Alright. I think the frame parts are pretty good. Oh, the overweight tolerance. That's right. So the 100% bonus doesn't carry over. That's probably for the best. Did you see how Project Phantasma and Master of Arena went when I was able to just not worry about my weight whatsoever? The frame parts have come together, at least for now. I guess internals, like getting a better FCS would be nice. I probably want... Maybe this? Maybe a horizontal type would be good? I don't know. Would it be? Maybe just the better multi-type? Oh wait, it has a worse lock speed though. This has the same... Honestly, I don't know which FCS I went with a lot in this gen. My generator's good. Radiator, I don't need to upgrade, but like, might as well. That one seems pretty great across the board. It just kind of seems like the best one literally in every metric other than weight. And I'm a heavyweight build, so I can carry it. That's probably going to be the Radiator. So I guess FCS and Radiator, and then I'll just worry about buying weapons and messing around with that. Horizontal's my way to go. Generally, horizontal is for me. Definitely. I think I'm just going to do a couple more arena matches. Actually, I could probably do a mission. I could fit a mission in. What are the eyes? What are the eyes?
We've obtained information regarding a planned assault on Vilhul spaceport. The spaceport is the main hub for travel between Earth and Mars. One of our Earth government spaceships is scheduled to land at the spaceport. The attack is probably intended to prevent it from doing so.
I mean...
The assault team is of unknown origin, but it's assumed they were hired by one of the corporations. We must destroy anyone who attempts to disturb the peace on Mars. We want to hire you to protect the terminal from potential enemy attack. You will also be provided with a support team to assist you in this mission.
It's very nice of
You
you.
will be reimbursed, even if the planned assault does not occur. You have no reason to reject this offer, have you?
No. Genuinely, if they paid me for nothing, that would be great. Horizontal isn't the word I would use, but I can see where out of context, I can see what might have happened there.
Seems like everything here is normal. Let's go.
I was waiting for that. Oh! This game has the I see your line. Oh, I can't wait for that again.
Main system.
I cannot wait. I do basically have infinite flight with this setup. I don't think it's literally infinite. Well, actually, it seems like it might be. I just kind of have to use it well. Love that line. It's one of the funniest lines. I am so happy remembering that that's in this game. Okay, can we get something to connect here? Anyone else? Oh, I see on the radar. Did one of them just blow the other up? I love AI in games. And I left. Son of a bitch. I'm gonna say, I'm surprised it took that long. I really am genuinely surprised that it took me that long to do that. Don't mind me, I'm just gonna, you know, load it up. In the middle of my praising. Yeah, I was laughing about the AI being stupid, and then I just flew right out. Anyway, I don't really have time for another mission. I've got 2 minutes. So I'll invest an extra 2 minutes into getting back to work on the AC6 video. So I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did enjoy, and you haven't done so already, if you're new, by chance, feel free to sub, come back another time. Trying to think of what else I should be plugging today. Like the stream. I got it. Anyway, the playlist is up top. If there are any videos that you're not caught up on by chance, feel free to check that out. It's up there. Your next series. Giving it until pretty much like the day that I finish the 6 video for deciding on the next series. I don't know about that, but we're doing another one soon. Also, I'll plug the Patreon and the memberships. If you start at even just the lowest, like $1 tier, you get like updates behind the scenes, stuff like that. At the $5 tiers and above, you start getting the juicy shit, the good stuff, where like you get videos early. I normally finish them on like Friday or Saturday, and then they go public on Monday. Monday is the public schedule, but normally they're done a few days before that, 2 or 3 days before. So members and patrons of the contributor tiers or above, they get those early. The tiers and the benefits and all that are the same, whether you do it through YouTube or Patreon. It's kind of just a preference thing for most people. Patreon does pay me better though, for the record. Sorry, but yeah, if you want to go one way or the other, it's there. Only downside is that on YouTube, you get like the badges and the emotes and stuff for live stream chats and comment sections. I forget that it's in the comments too, because no one uses the emotes in there, but you get them for both. Patreon, obviously, I can't do that because it's just through YouTube's system that you get the badges and stuff. But it's generally the same benefits across both of them. Anyway, that was a good plug. Other than that, if you're looking for stuff outside of YouTube to engage with the community, feel free to check out the links in the description below. Things like Twitter, Discord server, TikTok, it's all down there. Jess also threw all the links in the description. Or sorry, not the description, the live stream chat. If you're here live, they're all right there. Other than that, though, once again, I hope you guys enjoyed. I hope to see you always back here next time. I hope you all have a good rest of your day. Thank you for coming to the stream, and goodbye.